I would like to announce that a quorum is present. The meeting is duly called, and a notice of the meeting has been posted in accordance with the Texas Open Meetings Act. The time is 6 p.m. The following board members are in attendance: Catherine Sells, Dr. Betty Bonner, Michelle Akateb, Dr. Stacy Barker, Allison Lasan, and Jenny Prosnick. If you are inclined, would you please join me in prayer? Heavenly Father, we gather here today with hearts full of gratitude for the opportunity to serve our community and its future generations. We come before you seeking wisdom, guidance, and clarity as we discuss and decide on matters that will impact the lives of our students, teachers, and staff. Lord, we thank you for the many blessings you have bestowed upon our school district and for the dedicated individuals who work tirelessly to ensure a positive and nurturing environment for all. We ask for your continued blessings and protection over each and every member of our district. Please grant us the wisdom to make decisions that are just and beneficial, the patience to listen and understand one another, and the courage to take actions that promote the well-being and success of our students. Help us to remain united in our mission to provide the best education and opportunities for all LISD students. We lift up our students, especially those facing challenges and difficulties. May they find hope, support, and encouragement within our schools. We also pray for the well-being of our educators and staff, that they may continue to inspire and lead with passion and dedication. In your name we pray, in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. We will now convene into closed session as authorized by Texas Government Code Section 551, specifically 551.071, 074, and 089. The time is 6:02 p.m. We will now reconvene into open session. The time is 7:08. Please let the record reflect that Ms. Taylor joined at 6:03 p.m. Please join us in the Pledge of Allegiance and the Texas Pledge. Before I go to our next item, I want to wish the Marcus girls soccer team good luck on Saturday as they play for state. So, good luck, Lady Marauders. First up is to consider action on items discussed in closed session. Consider approval of the 2023 bond for sale, enhanced security screening and detection systems and other related products and services cooperative contracts. Mr. Rare.
Let me pull up that item. 1 second, please.
No worries.
Action systems. Is that the item?
Yes.
All right. So this recommendation is to provide enhanced security screening and detection systems for the district security measures to help protect students, employees, and visitors on district property. Safety and Security Department has been evaluating available security solutions since January. Identified the implementation of an enhanced screening and detection system as a necessary measure to enhance proactive threat detection. Phase 1 of the Enhanced Security Screening and Detection System project will utilize district-eligible cooperative contracts to acquire 60 systems for deployment at LISD career centers, high school campuses, and stadiums.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rare. Okay. Would someone like to make a motion? Ms. Taylor.
Madam President, I move that the board approve the use of LISD-eligible cooperative contracts for enhanced security screening and detection systems and other related products and services, the associated awarded vendors, and the estimated expenditures in this commodity as presented by administration.
Is there a second? Ms. Sells? All those in favor? That's 7-0, unanimous. Motion carries. Next up is to consider approval of the bonds first sale LISD safety and security vehicles cooperative contracts. Mr. Rare.
This recommendation is to procure vehicles for the Safety and Security Department utilizing a district-eligible cooperative contract. Vehicles will be used by the Safety and Security Department to put into place the first phase of the project. Recommended that we'll use cooperative contracts to procure the best.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rare. Would someone like to make a motion? Dr. Bonner.
Thank you, Ms. Prosnick. I move that the board approve the use of LISD-eligible cooperative contracts for 1 Dodge Durango SUV, 4 Ford Maverick trucks, the associated awarded vendors, and the estimated expenditures as recommended by administration.
Thank you. Do I have a second? Ms. Alcatev? All those in favor? That's unanimous. Vote carries 7-0. Next is to consider approval of safety and security armed screeners. Mr. Kaj?
like to bring forward the consideration of the approval of safety and security arm screeners for the said mentioned detection screeners.
Thank you, Mr. Koz. Does someone like to make a motion? Dr. Barker?
I move that the board approve the use of 2023 bond funds to hire the noted positions for the length of time the funds are available through the 2023 Weapon Detection Scanner Bond Project.
Do I have a second? Ms. Alcatab? All those in favor? Vote carries 7-0. Thank you. Dr. Bonner?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Ms. Prosnick. I'm happy to review the mission statement tonight, which is engaging and inspiring learners and leaders, as well as the vision statement for this evening, which is all students are confident, equipped with the knowledge and skills to thrive and adapt for their future.
Thank you, Dr. Bonner. Next up is public comment. We have no speakers, so we will move on to the discussion items. First up is the superintendent report, the 88th legislation session update. Dr. Rapp.
Thank you, Madam President. Tonight, just a couple of notes, mainly around Senate Bill 1962. This bill is relating to public school accountability and actions and other proceedings challenging the operations of the public school system. We're watching this Senate bill very closely. It ultimately would prohibit a school district or open enrollment charter school from challenging on any basis, including a lack of commissioner or TEA authority, a TEA decision relating to an academic or financial accountability rating. I think it's really important that we keep in mind that that's both academic and financial, based on what we saw happen this last year as well with the conversion to the EdFi system. From the fiscal note, the bill would allow the commissioner to take authorized actions against a school district that initiates or maintains an action or proceeding against the state or an agency or officer of the state. Additionally, the bill has funding in it for TEA to establish a grant program with the capacity to assist at least one school district per ESC in developing a local accountability system. So this bill has a couple of things going on. It's got some assessment things going on, it's got some accountability things going on, and then it's got this prohibition around taking action and other proceedings challenging the public school system. Houston Chronicle came out with an article last week after the Senate Bill 1962 was heard in committee. It basically summed it up that if a district sues the state anyways, the bill would allow the commissioner to appoint a conservator over the district to order them to withdraw from the legal proceedings. If the districts ignore the conservative's order and continue their lawsuit, then they could have their elected trustees replaced with a state-appointed board of managers. And then Betancourt also presented an updated version of the legislation known as a committee substitute that would replace the STAR test with the shorter test that's better designed to support student learning and would occur later in the academic year. There's a lot of talk right now between multiple shorter assessments, calling them through-year assessments as opposed to one STAR test at the end of the year. Of course, an interesting thing to watch is once you get through your assessments, if you don't align with the scope and sequence of the expectation of those through-year assessments, then how is that going to reflect on student performance? And then in order to align with the scope and sequence determined by the state, might you have to look at using materials created by the state in order to accomplish that mandated scope and sequence. And then in Mr. Rare and my presentation this evening about fiscal year 26 budget, we're going to talk about committee substitute HB2, which is the school finance bill. So we'll talk more at length about that. One thing I did want to mention here is HB2 right now, the way it's proposed, sends significantly more funding per student to small and rural districts than urban and suburban districts, because the small and mid-sized allotments is built off of the basic allotment. So even with the small basic allotment increase, your small and mid-sized allotments see more of an increase because of that as well. And that is my very brief legislative update for tonight.
Thank you very much. Are there any comments or questions? Dr. Bonner.
I have just one real quick question, Lori. I'm sorry to put this to you. That on House Bill 2, it got voted out of committee, you said. Do we have any idea on when it's going to go before, because it's a joint bill, go to full Senate and full House for a vote?
I did not see that today, the full House for a vote. I will look that up and try to have that update to y'all, but I have not seen yet if it's scheduled for a full floor vote.
But I thought maybe you might know. Thank you.
Yeah.
Else? Next up is the audit status report. Dr. Miller.
Good evening. Just a quick update on our audit recommendations since October. Remember, we do an update on the recommendations twice a year. So you will see on the summary sheet that there are several items that are put on hold due to budget constraints. So HR has some of those, and some of transportation has some as well. There was some movement in student services recommendations. Recommendation 3, there's movement on and working on developing that, getting some input from groups. At the end of the year, you'll have an update on that. And then recommendations 4, 5, and 6 in student services has moved to maintain. So we have developed the process and we're now running that system and maintaining it. And then in transportation, there are several things that we're either working on or pausing or on hold due to all different kind of things. So, and then I think for the governance recommendations, the board audit committee will have some updates on that in the action items. So that's it.
Very much, Dr. Miller. Were there any questions? Appreciate it. Thank you. Next up, Chief of Schools report, Ms. Litchfield, Guidance and Counseling Annual Update.
Good evening, President Prosnick, Dr. Rapp, and School Board. We're here tonight with the Counseling and Social Work Annual Update, and so I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Monya Crow and Ms. Jill Adams to get us started.
Good evening. We're so glad to be back with you again to talk through our program update. We always like to start with kind of the foundational tenets that we operate from, and that this year was really a focus on being the one who believes that people are doing the best they can with what they have, meeting people where they are, operating from unconditional positive regard, and then holding space with people.
If you look at this chart right here, this is the scope of our department. The top part is the people that are in the Counseling and Social Work Department, and the white are the programs that we have the opportunity to support either at the district or campus level. You'll notice the Tarrant area food bank markets are in bold. That is something new this year. We had an opportunity for a new partnership, so we opened one already this year and have plans to open them at more campuses. So it's another avenue for our students to receive food a la carte or on the weekends or long weekends. This is just a quick highlight when we talk about our team. So we have 2 internal programs. Our cohort model is for anyone that is new to our department, and we spend 2 years with them. And you can see the list of topics that are included in that. We want to make sure when we hire people that we don't say, let us know if you need anything. We want to make sure that we're pushing in and checking in and supporting their growth. We also have an intern program for social workers. We have school counselors, and we also have clinical mental health specialists. And you can see some of our universities that we partner with. We've built an entire year at a glance for them. We do training for all of their supervisors that are current LISD employees. We have monthly check-ins, and of course our goal is that they will want to come work for LISD when they're finished.
Professional school counselors in LISD operate from the Texas model, and specifically in LISD, we have deeply rooted Texas model programs, which is reflected in the 43 CREST Awards that the campuses are receiving in celebration with you next week. We do want to highlight that there are campuses that continue to achieve multiple CREST awards, and as they do that, they're eligible for awards such as the leadership level or advocacy, which means they have at least 3 previous CREST awards, and then for advocacy, they also have presented at conferences or an advocacy day at the Capitol. So you'll notice the bottom of this slide, you'll see a tile, a mosaic, and that represents a piece of a child's story. We know that all of them have stories, and we also know that we have to and get to participate in their story each and every day. So we want to make sure that we're focusing on all of it, because when kids walk in the classroom each and every day, they're bringing the whole story with them. In the end, we know that the pieces all come together and make up the students we get to work with. And along the way, sometimes that's easy and sometimes that's hard, but nevertheless, we're going to stay with them throughout.
The Back to School Fair, one of our favorite events of the year. Here's some data on that. We do have exciting news this year. We have a save the date for July 29th. We're actually changing our format just a little bit to make sure that we're meeting the needs of all of our families. So it's going to be a late afternoon and into the evening event so that we can make sure we reach as many families as possible. And then additionally, we'll have campus deployments. So for new enrollees or parents that weren't able to attend the fair, we want to make sure they have everything they need to start the year. This is our responsive services data. So kind of a holistic outcry data for our students. Responsive services can be prevention, it can be remediation and intervention, and then crisis response. And so this is our year-to-date data. We pulled this at the very beginning of March in preparation for our presentation. Here's our office visit data. Again, pulled this at the beginning of March. So you can see our campus counselor visit data and where we ended in previous years. And then our student assistance counselor and social work data. If you look at our SAC and social work data, you'll notice that we're already at a great increase even from where we were at the end of the year last year. And that just speaks to them working with our family systems, and the needs of our students have increased. And then just also want to make sure to note that all of our students in LIC do have the minimum of 2 touch points. That is something that we are also tracking every year. These are our office visit reasons. We really don't have any updates from previous years. We have them mapped out, and we do utilize we do a data reflection with our counselors every 9 weeks so that they're looking at their data, they're understanding where they're spending their time, and that helps drive a lot of their programming. And so we've kind of categorized them so that you can see how and why they're meeting with students.
One of our long-range planning goals centers on supporting the mental health, behavioral needs, and well-being of students. And Senate Bill 179 dictates that counselors should spend at least 80% of their time on the components of a comprehensive counseling program. We set some goals for ourselves for this year, and one of them was to increase the amount of time the counselors are spending in guidance across the board. And the reason we did that is because guidance is really the proactive piece. It is getting into the classrooms in front of them to teach skills before we are in a problem, things like emotional regulation and conflict resolution. And as you can see, all 3 levels were able to increase that time. In addition, we wanted to increase at the secondary level the amount of time spent in individual planning. And so middle school and high school dramatically increased their percentages, and that is reflective of our goals surrounding CCMR. We have some reflections up there from people utilizing the time tracker, but one says, "My time tracker has allowed me to truly implement my counseling program this year. I've been able to be proactive, which has been much more effective in reducing problem behaviors." Groups is one of the most effective and widely accessing for students that we have in our department. And those are examples of some of the groups that have happened so far this year. Some of it we do based on needs we know there are, and some of it we do based on needs that come up. So we had a team member that had a K-2 lunch bunch group going at elementary. And she was working with them and noticed that they were pushing their food around their plate. And she said, "Hey guys, what's wrong? Are y'all not hungry?" And they said, "We don't know what this is." And she said, "What do you mean?" And she pointed to a carrot that was cut in a square here. And she said, "That's a carrot." And this little one said, "No, it's not. It didn't have the green stem coming out." And what she realized is that they were being presented with something they had no context for. And so what she decided to do was to make photos of all of the food opportunities that they would have, allow them to do some taste tests, and teach them what particular dishes were now that they're here in Texas. And one little dumpling was really a problem solver, and he told the rest of the bunch, "I have this figured out. Just put ketchup on everything." He had it on his fruit cup, his roll. He also has started to barter, and he's going around the cafeteria now and giving 2 potato chips for 2 packs of ketchup, so he will never run out. But ultimately, at the end, they were able to learn some new information about foods they like and they don't like, and it really also helped them to develop some preference and voice, because she sits down with them now at the beginning of the week, and they look at the whole menu, and they get to pick what it is that they're going to order, which is very exciting.
This is a Choices program update, so we have all of our programs listed on the left. As a reminder, our DAPT and HOPE programs are parent and student programs that we run in the evenings, and the completion of those programs often translates into students having a lessening of days in a disciplinary placement or even pre-disciplinary. And so we've definitely have more completions. We will run those programs through mid-May. And the other highlight on this slide is our Whole Child series. We've nearly doubled our participants. Some of these are in person and some of them are virtual. And this is parent participants and staff participants, and they are learning about everything from academics to mental health to community partnerships. And so that's definitely something that has been well engaged this year. So when we look at advisory and guidance, this is kind of an overview of what it looks like at each level and the pieces that are encompassed in that. So in elementary and middle and high school, they all have some overlapping mandates and some are individual mandates. If you look at the long-range planning goal about increasing the relevance and effectiveness of the middle school and high school advisory structure and content, we're definitely in the midst of that now. Our focus on that is making sure that we're bringing in that student voice. We're getting lots of teacher and staff input, and then we're going to update lessons for engagement. We'll have an advisory focus group this spring that will make recommendations to a work group this summer. Last summer, we had the opportunity with the change in the middle school schedule and the change of shifting to not having dedicated time. So we had a group of middle school administrators and counselors sit down this summer, and they built middle school wellness menus that gave options for campuses on how to implement, whether it was through a certain class, how the teachers could engage. The feedback that we've gotten so far is the teachers enjoy having to do fewer lessons, and they're spending a little bit more depth on those and are more engaged. And then also definitely have gotten some student feedback on making sure that we update some of the lessons for engagement. So we're going to work on that this summer. Also, a highlight on this slide is our Senate Bill 9 opt-in and opt-out. So Senate Bill 9, as a reminder, is the required instruction on child abuse, family violence, dating violence, and trafficking. And if you looked at our opt-in and opt-out numbers of the parents that completed the forms, holistically, parents are truly opting in and recognizing the importance of this instruction. I think an important point is that we provide parent preview options. We are very transparent. We have everything on our website. We provide opportunities at open house if they want to kind of look through what those look like. Our counselors and or principals are sending newsletters before every large unit to say, hey, this is what we're going to be talking about. Here are some talking points for that. And then we always offer the opportunity if a parent has additional questions or wants to dive into it a little bit more, then they can meet with the counselors. And so that, of course, also contributes to our goal for long-range plan.
Parent Cafe is an initiative we brought to you last year as we were piloting it, and so this is our first full year having gotten it off the ground. It is a partnership with Be Strong Families, and the tenets of Parent Cafe are deeply rooted in trying to not only equip parents, but also help build community among them. So our Parent Cafe season, we had 30 sessions with a total of 118 participants. We were fortunate enough to have a Title II grant that allowed us to train 15 counselors and social workers so that next year we can move some of the Parent Cafes directly to campuses. We got the word out through several different ways, the communications that Dr. Rapp sends out, Chiefs Chatter, of course, newsletters, social media, and then we also had the opportunity to get in front of administrators and counselors to share the program information as well. So all parent cafes are themed. We have a couple of examples up there. And as I mentioned, one of the biggest goals of Parent Cafe is to build community among families. And we had an example of a family that came to Texas very recently and were really struggling with how to get plugged in, how to navigate community resources. And as a result, their kids were not coming to school, really struggling because they just couldn't figure out how to get all this accomplished. And at the particular Parent Cafe that they came to, there was another family that said, "That was us a year ago. Give me your hand. I will walk you through this and it's going to be fine." And that community now has created just a undergirding of this new family, so they didn't have to go through an entire year of trying to figure all of this out. They have a partner with them, and as a result, the kids' attendance at school has improved, and so has their access to things that they weren't sure how to get to.
CCMR and personal graduation plans. So this is a little bit of the overview of, I'll call the buckets with CCMR and how they relate to counselors. So if you look at some of the data here, and I do want to point out a PGP or personal graduation plan is not the same as just a 4-year plan. The PGP is related to activities and experiences that you plan to have while in high school and post-secondary. So this year, we moved the tech tours to 8th grade. And so as soon as they returned to campus, we had a guidance lesson, and they completed what we call the 8th grade PGP. So they were just reflecting on what they saw at the career centers, what was interesting to them. They had a space to kind of write some notes, and then we created a communication to go out from the campus to the families, and that PGP is in Skyward. And so the parents could go and see, oh, you checked that you were interested in cosmetology or the health science program. Then we had a 9th grade PGP addition this year that was very specific to a guidance lesson related to GPA, rank, and CCMR. And so the 9th graders were filling out a piece of the PGP, and it's all in one document in Skyward, but they're completing pieces as they go along. And it essentially is, what are your plans after high school, and what CCMR activities would you engage in? And then they talk to the kids about, what is a dual credit class? What is an AP class? What is the SAT? Because now they're in high school, they have a little more context for what experiences they might want to have. And so all of our students have completed the PGPs for 9th grade. And then our tech centers, if you remember, we started the graduation, the PGP with them last year. So they're meeting with the tech counselors of what is the next class in your pathway, making sure they know what IBC they have to complete. And then if they have to do some 4-year planning because they're also in another activity, ensuring that they're able to get in their time at the Career Center and maintain their activity. So you can see our data on that. The other piece that we wanted to highlight is how the counselors are engaging in CCMR. We know that it's a large team effort with several departments and really all hands on deck. But our counselors are really utilizing their data to meet with students. They're identifying students that haven't taken an ACT or SAT and plan to go off to college. They're looking at students who have met a TSI waiver and should be going into dual credit and they haven't selected it. They are talking to them about the CTE campus pathways instead of just saying, let me take this elective. They're talking to them about your next elective would be. And a lot of our campuses had pre-registration meetings in the fall to make sure that the kids knew what they were needing to register for when it came to their registration. You can see a quote from one of the counselors there. We do have an elementary focus on college and career awareness. I'm sure some of you have probably been to some of their hands-on career events and career weeks and college days. And then Tech West is having a CCMR day this spring, and it's really to highlight some of the opportunities maybe that students haven't thought about in the CCMR realm. We are going to have a summer work group on registration in CCMR. We're going to have campus counselors and administrators involved in that. We're going to look at some systemic registration processes with a CCMR focus. We are going to really make sure that our CCMR parent education opportunities are expanded and diversified so that all parents have heard and understand what that opportunity looks like for our students. And then we are going to put together a 4-year plan protocol for next year. So our 9th grade counselors are going to be doing 4-year planning in the fall with our 8th graders in coordination with the 8th grade counselors to make sure that they are very well versed and prepared going into high school course selection. And this, aligns completely with our long range plan goal, of CCMR and PGP.
All of this culminates into wanting to ensure that we bring the student voice forward to you as we like to do. It's the most important piece of the work. So we had a team member that brought this with her every time that she met with a student, because if you've ever tried to talk to a student face-to-face, sometimes it scares them to death and they don't talk anymore. So it's good to have something in the middle. So she put that before them, and she would have them color, and they're like, what is this? It doesn't even make any sense. And she said, don't worry about it, just keep coloring. And so they did on their good days and their bad days, with big things and small things, celebrations and failures. And so she asked them if they would like to show you what it looks like when all of those things come together. She says students would look at it, pick up a color, and often just start talking. It was a way for them to feel connected to other kids, realize they weren't alone and in their struggles, and that it all worked out together to create a beautiful picture. So at the end of the day, we know that their stories sometimes don't make sense when we only see one part, but we really try to teach them at the end of it all that they are definitely a beautiful story.
Board, are there any questions? Ms. Lasan.
Thank you so much. I feel like I should clap. That's so sweet. I love that. And I love, whenever you guys come and tell us your stories, because, when I see you two sitting there, I'm like, oh, great, they're going to have another story. Who would have thought about the carrots being square? I mean, who would have thought that? So anyway, kudos to you guys for the work that you do. The only question I have is, are we still doing the counseling where any kid in the district can come and get, what is it, like 8 visits?
We are. It's our family center.
Family center?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So they come and they get 6 visits.
Okay. And where does that take place?
It takes place at the LLC.
Okay. So same place that it has always. Okay. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Ms. Taylor.
Thank you so much for the report. I agree. Who knew that ketchup went on everything? So, but thank you so much for all the hard work that you do in connecting with our students. And I love how you talk about meeting them where they are. I think that's important for every student in our district. My question, I had 2 of them. The first one related to the back to school fair. I think the changes sound great, just to make sure we have that touch point with as many families as possible. Did we get any feedback from the parents regarding that? Is that one of the reasons we made the change?
It is.
Okay.
We try to always do some after back to school fair gathering of information, and
Okay.
there was some requests to have it meet a different schedule.
Okay, perfect.
And
then-
arrangement of services, too, was part of the conversation, that we're having a hard time getting service providers to come on a Saturday.
Gotcha.
Some of our peer districts have done an evening as well, and so we're hopeful that this change will help us with that, too.
Okay, perfect. And then my last question is, with the ADAPT program, I think it was, any idea why it seemed to be so many more completions over the prior year? And I guess wanted to know if there were any trends or anything you had noticed related to that.
So one of the incentives is that if they complete the program, that it can take some days off of their DAP placement. And some campuses also elected to use it prior to. So I'm going to refer you to ADAPT, and if that is successful, then we won't have a DAP placement. And so there was a bit more incentive for them to complete it.
Ms. Sells?
Ms. Taylor stole one of mine about the response of the back to school fair, and so thank y'all for being responsive to parents and their needs. It's hard to get out on those days, and even this last school year we saw grandparents and aunts and uncles trying to bring kids, and then there were kids that couldn't come because of other things that were going on. So thank y'all for that. I did have a couple of questions on the opt-in and opt-out, and I was going back to it. We had a high response of not completed in the high school. is that sent out with the back-to-school documents? But they can move forward in those documents without have we thought about making that a required?
Asked, and I'm not certain yet that we have found a pathway in which to stop a person if they haven't completed this form, because there's certainly other things in there as well that that need to be completed but aren't necessarily.
Okay. So the not completed, where do those kids fall?
That not completed is holistic back-to-school forms, not just the Senate Bill 9. So we do send several outreaches. We're calling parents, especially before the Senate Bill 9 lessons, just to see if we can get additional parents to fill it out. So,
okay. That was one. And then has Tech East thought about a CCMR day?
They have. I'm not sure that they have landed on a date or culminated
okay.
it to get accomplished this spring, but it definitely was a kind of a brainchild between the two counselors.
Okay, perfect. I just don't want the opportunities to be missed because, as our community probably knows, there's different offerings at both of those campuses, and on where you land and live, where maybe like that's a possibility. So, okay, thank you.
Ms. Alcatab?
I once again was going to ask about the back to school fair, and I do appreciate that you guys are working with the community to make sure that we are meeting the needs of our families so that we can get as many students and families impacted from that event. Thank you so much. And to touch base on the SB 9, today I received an email from my school in regards to it about the opt-in, opt-out. So if you did not, it kind of acknowledges, double check your forms if you haven't done it, and here's the link to do it. So there are those constant reminders that are going out for those families. I would be curious to see, as we've been doing those reminders, how many do we have who take advantage of that? So I'd be kind of curious to see, because I see the emails, but that doesn't mean everybody else does. And so I'd be curious about that. And then I just wanted to appreciate you guys for making sure, I know you've been putting in that effort of doing that data reflection with our counselors every 9 weeks so that they can be, hold themselves accountable, but also making sure that they're doing what they need. Because we know, being in a classroom, doing our day-to-day, being a counselor, you're pulled in a million different directions. And so I really do appreciate the time that you guys are working with them on that so that they can be self-reflective in making sure that they're meeting the needs of their students. So thank you.
Dr. Barker.
Thank you, Madam President. I just wanted to say, as a parent, I really appreciate the collaboration across all of these spaces when it comes to determining your personal graduation plan and what needs to be a part of that. And with my own experience, the Flower Mound High School registration parent night, we had both counselors from Tech East and Tech West and the Flower Mound counselors, and we had representatives talking about advanced mathematics, dual credit, AP courses. It was really, really well done, and you could see that collaboration across those teams. And so just kudos from a parent perspective.
Okay, I have a couple questions. How many kiddos are we planning for the back-to-school fair? Because over the last 3 years, it has fluctuated greatly. So what are we preparing for?
The initial preparation is for 4,000.
And then, and this was on your slide of responsive services. I'll say it's very good to see suicidal ideation down to pre-pandemic numbers, but violent behavior has really skyrocketed. So I do have a question. Was the definition changed for violent behavior, or is it what it was back in, because that can change, right?
Sure.
A new definition can certainly do that. What are we putting in place to respond to that?
So a couple of things. The statewide behavioral threat assessment process, which is multi-departmental, is something that is put in place to try to help create support plans for kids that need it. And in addition to that, we take every comment, every tweet, every whatever it may be so seriously that we want to make sure that if it is something that they feel serious about, that we're going to take care of it, and if it's not, then what can we replace that with so that those are not the kind of comments that we're making. But in addition to that, that's where some of the caseload for our specialized positions has skyrocketed as well, because we make sure they get on their caseloads to get regular work in what do we do instead, what's going on that's creating the problem, and how can we support them.
It's not graphed out in this way, but are we seeing that? It would be interesting to see this broken down between elementary, middle, and high school. I think that would tell a story unto itself, and it would help me because I look at that number and I don't know if that is primarily high school, middle school, or elementary. So that would be helpful for me. And then for the count of office visits, last year at this time when you presented to us last year, we were at 310,000, and this year we're already at 458. And last year you told me we were on track for 270,000 more visits. So, because I know a lot of the visits now are about planning for next year and so forth. Is the ratio that we have in place at 1 to 350-ish? Is that adequate?
I would never turn down additional resources.
I understand
is what I will
that.
tell you. But, I think it's no secret that they're pulled in a million different directions. Part of the increase in the office visits for this year is the initiative to do more guidance because they're getting in full classrooms more, and so that's part of why you see that increase. And I also think just as we continue to really try to drill down and continue to sharpen all of these programs into Texas model programs, we're getting better at. And so we're becoming more efficient sometimes in the things that we need to do. But we certainly wouldn't get anybody that would say they wouldn't love to have an additional person to help with the load.
Well, I appreciate the work that you do. And I will always try and give this board credit because we were the ones who gave direction that every kid in this district would have at least 2 touch points with a counselor. I do think we are seeing some of the benefits of that now as we have worked through that. So I'll give the board a little bit of a pat on the back for that. But I thank you all so much for the presentation, and I thank you for the work that you do in making sure all of our kiddos are taken care of. Next up, it's the legal service report, the one we've all been waiting for. Board Policy Update 124, Ms. Bay.
Good evening, Madam President, members of the board, Dr. Rapp. As you know, we periodically bring board policy updates. TASB issues them about twice a year, one in the fall, one in the spring. They are issued periodically to make sure that we are keeping up with new laws, new legislative changes, and just to clarify some policies that may need some tweaking going through. So I bring before you Board Policy Update 124. Just as a reminder, our legal policies are automatically updated because they're already law, and our local policies are what we do. So when we receive these updates, we distribute them to their respective members of the leadership team who reviews them with the department heads and lets us know if any changes need to be made. We then provide them to our board policy committee, and we go through each of the changes and talk through them, and then it is brought to you. So what you have before you is Board Policy Update 124. Those track changes are for you in a board book, and there are no changes that were recommended at this time, but I will take any questions.
Dr. Bonner is chair of the policy committee. You want to speak to anything?
Yes, ma'am. In thinking about this tonight, my recollection of our meeting, they're really pretty nominal changes. I would describe most of them as sort of cleanup for any legislative or administrative actions coming to us. So it's really not too much to look at, just to be honest with you. Is that your assessment, Ms. Bay?
Yes, sir. And just as a reminder, per your board operating procedures, you have a 2-read process before you accept any changes. So tonight is just your first read and discussion.
So much. Are there any questions on the update? All right, we will move on to board policy CKE local. Ms. Bay and Mr. Garrett.
Good evening. CKE local. We are implementing, of course, the armed screeners and weapon detection systems, which is requiring various policies and regulations to be reviewed and updated. Proposed changes were reviewed by the Board Policy Committee on March 24th, and track changes are in your board book. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Would you like to speak to CKE?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. This one is a little bit different. It exercises quite a bit of the policy and changes some of the language in it to make it broader as employees, so not to pin us down moving forward.
Are there any questions? All right. We will move on to Board Policy DCE Local.
Yes, we are also bringing before you changes to Board Policy DCE Local, just to add a little bit of transparency to our non-Chapter 21 contracts. We saw a little bit of a deficit there in our policy, so we are adding some more robust language just to make it transparent for all employees there. Those track changes are in your board book. They have been worked on with our Human Resources Department, Ms. Cobb, and they have also gone through your board council.
Dr. Bonner.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. On this policy, it addresses non-Chapter 21 contracts, and there are a smattering of folks in the district that hold a non-Chapter 21 contract. So it's important to clarify that language as far as ensuring we're showing due process and procedural opportunities for redress if any concerns arise regarding their contract status, and this policy does that.
Are there any questions? I actually have a question on this one. So I was slightly confused when I read it if the 5 days to ask for a meeting with the board were concurrent or consecutive. So does the employee need to wait for the superintendent's decision, and then do they have 5 business days to ask for the board hearing, or is it concurrent that they need to ask for that at the same time they ask for the superintendent?
They will need to wait for the superintendent's decision, and I'm happy to clarify that in the policy.
Yeah, I think that was just a part of me that I couldn't quite, I swear I read it 4 times.
I believe you. Yes, ma'am. I will clarify that and add you guys a new copy before it goes to consent on Monday.
All right, that was my only question. Anything else? All right. Thank you all so much. Next up, Student Services Finance Report, Mr. Kaj and Mr. Rare. Child nutrition update.
I don't think Mr. Kosh has a microphone, but Mr. Rare does.
We have Kim Stafford and then a few from Aramark as well that are going to join us tonight to present an update on child nutrition.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for having us back again this year. We had a really great year, but we tried to condense this down to a few slides for you guys. But the good stuff's at the end, so bear with me on this financial piece. Starting with our timeline here. Okay. If you rewind back the past few years, post-COVID, we were receiving additional funds per meal served. We also had a savings in labor, as well as all meals were free. All of that combined gave us quite a bit of a significant of a balance moving forward, that we were not allowed to carry more than 3 months excess. So the past 3 years, we've been working to spin that down. The plans involve lots of planning with facilities, finance, making sure that we looked at what our 240 fund could absorb to kind of help take some pressure off the general fund as much as possible as well. So we were successful in doing that the past few years. We spent down $6.5 to about $7 million in equipment expenses, as well as some of those recurring costs we identified to help. So that brings us to fast forwarding to August 2024. Just when we've really spent down a big chunk of those funds, TDA decided to increase our allotment, our allowance that we could bring forward to 6 months instead of the previous 3. So we've cut a little bit of a chip in there, but we still have some money in fund balance. But I project us to be at the end of this fiscal year around $10 million, and our 6-month allowance is at 11. So we do not require a spend down plan moving forward. But what we will do is continue these proactive steps we've identified and put into place to maintain our fund balance where it needs to be. So the biggest chunks of those are added lunch monitor positions, which we're happy we'll be able to move forward with into next year. Kitchen tech salaries we're assisting with facilities, new equipment we've seen that we need to continue to be proactive to replace with replacement plans, and then indirect costs. And those will actually be, I think, more closely to $1.8 million this year. So.
Oh, good evening, everyone. I'll go over the next few slides, and I would like to start with our current staffing outlook. When it comes to staffing this year, I consider it a success story. We're currently sitting at 94% fill rate for our positions, which is really the best that we've looked at over the last few years following the pandemic. Our turnover rate is looking very great too at 16%, which is much lower than the average Texas rate for food service workers, which is over 30% for 2024. The way we've been able to achieve this is by really focusing on retention. And how we've been, what we've been doing over the last year is increase the number of internal promotions. We like to be able to offer our current staff the career growth opportunities in continuity with LISD, for their careers. We've also developed a more structured onboarding program, as well as revamped our manager in training program, and of course, really focused on recognizing. So here you have a comparison of our meal participation by meal type, by service day, or by meals per service day. And as you can see, we've been able to maintain a fairly stable participation levels, even though we currently have a declining enrollment. What we've focused on is trying to keep the menu exciting for our students by doing a number of limited time offers, special meal promotions, and really that feedback on what students want to see on our menus to continue to dine with us. How we've been getting our feedback together. So the superintendent's student advisory committees have been amazing, and we've been very thankful to be able to be a part of that. So thank you, Dr. Rapp, for allowing us to be there. We've also done a number of student surveys throughout the school year, and we've been able to implement some of that feedback that we've received in the first semester into the second semester menu. And anything that we gather during the second semester is usually implemented into that. Now, parents are also able to provide feedback through the student viewpoint survey that is currently open and accepting responses. And thanks to Mr. Kaj, we've been able to receive a great participation on our principal survey results. And I'm very proud to say that the results have been overly positive, with a 90% of overall satisfaction score, which is great to see. Responses from 55 campuses, and they're still coming. And finally, our cafeteria managers are able to give us their input on what worked or didn't work in our menus over the year. So that way, we can make the necessary changes to adjust our operations so we're successful district-wide. As we're planning to make all these changes to our menus, we do have to keep a few things in mind. Is the USDA final rule has passed, and there are some changes coming down. I'm sure you remember last year seeing some of those things, and they were proposed changes, which now have been passed into laws. So the two main ones that I believe will affect our program the most are the sugar restrictions that are coming, and as well as the sodium restriction that is going to also be a big part of those changes. So with the added sugar restrictions coming down for next school year, I don't really anticipate that to affect our menus too much, as they're only for certain breakfast items, and we've already been working on trying to address those through our manufacturer partners, and really, I don't see us making too many changes. However, when the second part of that takes effect in 2027, we may see some more significant changes, because then we will have to track our overall sugar, added sugar percentage as part of our, and that's something that is new for this program. And on the other side is the sodium, which is the second main focus. And in 2027, 28, we will see an additional decrease in the overall sodium for our menus. We are trying to be proactive and plan more scratch-made items. That way we can control how much salt goes into preparing those meals, as well as offering some flavor stations that you will see next school year with salt-free seasonings that students can use to spice up. Fun stuff. It's been a busy year with community engagement and student engagement. We've done a number of events, and we love to be invited every time we receive an invitation. Our best to participate. And a couple I would like to highlight for you tonight. Culinary Star Competition is one of my favorite events that we do for our students. I'm proud to say that Lewisville ISD's team took the big win home, and the students also received some scholarship money that they can, save. And this event is just very exciting for our students. They get to go on a little field trip to Houston. We hosted this event at Park, which now is called Daikin Park, I believe. And they got to compete against a number of other Texas districts. They got to create some Southwest flavored dishes, and then some very well-known chefs from the Houston area got to judge them. I believe that event is just a great way to, show our partnership and our investment into our students at LISD. Then the other thing I want to highlight for y'all is that we have actually received a few recognitions for our program this year, with the most exciting in my eyes is the USDA Healthy Meals Initiative. This is an award for innovation in school food, child nutrition, and we submitted 3 recipes that were featured on our menus last year, and those recipes were recognized by this program and award, and only a handful of Texas districts have received it. Incredible and impressive. So, our short presentation for tonight. I know I went through that pretty quickly, but we welcome any questions you may have.
Are there any questions? Dr. Barker.
Madam President, just a quick question. With these USDA updates coming down the pike, are we anticipating or already seeing, with some of our adjustments, an impact on our supply cost, and what might that do in the future to costs that we then transition over? Because I know I like to think that making things at home is cheaper, but then when I go to the restaurant, like the stuff that's scratch made is more expensive. So what's that doing budget-wise?
Yeah, for us, scratch made does allow us for some savings. Scratch made, if you're buying organic, if you're going that route, is a different story. We'll do our best to keep things healthy, and of course, in our guidelines, we have restrictions that ensure so. But no, it does help keep Aramark's costs down. One thing you will see in May, we'll come back to talk to you guys about meal pricing, but just a little bit of a preview, I do anticipate a need to go up in especially lunch, breakfast, probably adult, where TDA does mandate lunch increases and adult increases, and we've already seen that we're probably behind in those. So we anticipate there.
Ms. Taylor?
Just a quick comment. Thank you for your report. I was trying to decide if I wanted to say anything, but my ninth grader, whatever changes you've made based on student feedback, all I hear is that the food is good consistently. Less complaints that I heard when she was in middle school. So I just wanted to thank you for taking the student feedback into consideration and making changes to the menu.
Great to hear. Thank you.
I want to say I'm grateful that the lunch monitor position is going to continue on to next year. I think that has been very helpful. And then I also I'll put on my Independence Garden hat and say thank you all so much for partnering with Independence Gardens in the Come and Eat It program that was participated in, I believe, by 9 elementary schools here in LISD, and I greatly appreciate that, and I appreciate the partnership. And we learned that kids like avocado, so I look forward to seeing that on a menu coming up, because it was discussed whether or not they would take that or not. So I thank you very much for the report. I will ask the question of how long do you think that we will be able to maintain that lunch monitor position?
So the current lunch monitors we have now, at a minimum of $15 an hour, depending on how that shakes out over the following years, cost about $1 million a year. So we've got some fund balance. I think they carry this pretty far. And then if we continue doing so well with how we're running the program and things, we'll be able to continue a healthy fund balance. I would anticipate at least, say too much, but I would say at least a couple more years.
Thank you so much. I appreciate the presentation. Next up is the finance report. Mr. Rare.
Randy's coming up to present a construction update.
Good evening, Madam President, Dr. Rapp, and the board. So I do have 112 slides tonight, but the good news is we've broken this up into 5 sections, and so as I go through here, I'll have some questions, slides where I stop and pause and let you ask. Yes, ma'am, yes. So the first section you've seen, for years. So I'm going to go fairly quickly. It's the 2017 bond construction update. I always start off with a couple of quick definitions. Substantial completion essentially means the building can be used for its intended purpose. We're still working on some punch list items, some last minute things, some financial reconciliation. Final completion means those things are done and we're bringing it back to the board for closeout. So also, we always talk about typical project costs. What we usually speak about is GMPs, which is the construction cost. Outside of that, there's also a lot of soft costs involved on projects. Those are things like architect engineer fees, commissioning, FF&E, which is your furniture, lots of various items. Pretty exhaustive list there. Okay, so I'm going to go through these quick. If it's blue, it's closed out. If it's green, it's in progress. Year 1 is all closed out. Year 2 is all closed out. All closed out. Year 4 is all closed out. And we are down to our last 2 projects in year 5. So we have the Tech East Edition, and we'll show some pictures of that here in just a second. That was a 3-part project, right? So we have the dental lab, which I presented at the last construction update. That's open. Now I've got some photos of the auto shop, a brand new auto shop. And then, of course, the 3rd phase is the welding lab, which was in the old auto lab there. So the other one is our Colony High School multi-purpose facility, press box replacement, and fiber installation, also including the change order that we had for the home side concession building. The entire project is substantially complete. We're just finishing up the last minute items on that concession building. So this is a slide I've shared before. You know, with the 2017 bond funds, we were able to fund quite a few extra items. You can see the list there with bond savings, interest earned, things like that. So very successful bond program. We were able to do quite a bit of extra work there On top of that, this is a new slide. So even after performing all that additional work that was on the previous slide, we are showing approximately $13.5 million remaining in 2017 bond funds that's unallocated. Two projects that we have open, we're really not anticipating any substantial savings on the Colony project. So many different pieces out there and so many things do there. We're not really anticipating a large savings. And we anticipate some potential savings returned on the Tech East project. Okay, so some pictures. So this is our new gymnasium there with the multipurpose facility at the Colony. On the left-hand side here is the entrance to that multipurpose facility as you walk up. The right-hand side is the new weight room facility in there. Here's one picture of our brand new homeside concession building. So this used to be a portable building with thin brick veneer. It was in pretty bad shape, so we have a brand new concession building. And this angle here shows the press box in the background as well, which obviously we've talked about before, but that's the Okay, so here's some photos of our new auto lab at Tech East. Fantastic space there. You can see all the equipment installed. Space. Here's some of the offices, corridors, classrooms, and locker rooms associated with that automotive lab. And a couple of exterior photos. You can see the covered parking area there with the overhead doors where they can pull in and out cars, as well as some of the outdoor equipment that's covered as well. And here, this was the old auto lab in the building, and so now you can see demolition has started in there in preparation for that welding lab. So we're making good progress. Again, the original substantial completion target was August 1st. I think we're going to come ahead of that, actually. So, okay, so here's our first stop. Any questions on the 2017 bond?
Dr. Barker.
Not a question, but a quick comment. I just want to remind those who might be listening that if only we could manage our finances in a different way than having these two buckets that don't touch. Because we have this beautiful amount of savings on our INS bucket. We cannot move that money over to our M&O bucket. I know somebody's going to say something somewhere about why can't we use that money for teachers or for maintenance or for general operations. We can't. So just a reminder, to borrow Madam President's words, when we manage our money, this is what happens.
I would say that I would like, we have $13.5 million in savings from that, the 2017. I guess I would like to see projects or needs in the district. I'd like for the administration to present to the board options of using that money, or that we don't necessarily sell then $13 million of bonds down the road. I don't want it just what I like to call sitting there without it being, I don't want to say encumbered, but at least for us to identify ways that we could use our good management of funds. Dr. Bonner.
Rosnick, I appreciate you bringing that up. I agree with you 100%. If we've already got the bond money allocated, so to speak, there's absolutely no reason to
All right, I think you are clear to go to slide 400.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, so our 2023 bond construction update. I've tried to put this in the same format that y'all have seen for years, so trying to use the color coding there, green for in progress, orange for substantially complete, and blue for closed out. So projects from last summer, we had the furniture replacements. Those have actually been closed out. Our next ones from last summer, I think mine keeps cutting out. Our projects from last summer, we had some flooring and casework replacements. I've noted in the orange or gold color there which ones are substantially complete. Two of those, as we mentioned before, we were waiting on that science lab casework, which was the long lead item. Those are in our hands now, and as soon as school is out, we're ready to put those in. So project closed out. Playgrounds and shade structures, all of those obviously have been in place for the entire school year. What lacked there, why these aren't closed out yet, is we had some TOS, which is our ADA inspection walks. So there was a little items here or there, like a little, we needed to pour a sidewalk or a ramp, things. A lot of that work was done over spring break. I think we're still waiting on one piece of guardrail or handrail. So as soon as that's done, we'll be able to bring this one for closeout. Our marquee replacements, I did add a new color. So I did, if it's red, it's one of our projects that we are not proceeding with at this time. So Lamar and Old Settlers, marquees, as well as Griffin STEM logo, those are in progress. I've got a photo here coming up. Our track and field lighting at all 5 high schools, that project is substantially complete. Arbor Creek Middle School interior bleacher replacement was done over spring break, so that one is substantially complete. Photos. This is our Old Settlers Elementary new marquee. We actually had to redo the masonry on the outside as well. Please keep in mind that in the town of Flower Mound, elementary schools unfortunately cannot have the digital marquee, so this is the older style. Okay, so we took some great night photos to really show how well lit the track and field events are. It's a great safety and security project for all those track and field events. So here's one from Flower Mound High School. Weather was really, really neat at Hebron High School that night, so you can see a nice, impressive storm cloud there in the back. But you can see the difference, especially on the right-hand side, from the area that is not a part of that project, right? So the track lights were not on that night, but we had our lights over the track and field events. So really well. Marcus High School. Colony High School. Here's our brand new Arbor Creek bleachers. Again, these were completed over spring break. Okay, so the next set of projects I'm going to talk about are projects that really start construction this summer. So these are ones that have been in design for some time. A lot of these, the board has actually already approved either a full GMP or an early GMP. So the first would be our Glenn Partners projects, the Colony High School 20-year, and Marcus High School 20-year life cycle maintenance and repair projects. Those are ready to get rolling this summer. VOK has the 3 middle schools. Obviously, the one there is not we're not proceeding with Downing at this time. We have Creek Valley and Durham middle schools. Our civil engineer, McAdams, is working on the Hebron High School traffic signal. Those plans have been turned into the city for comment, and we're hoping to get that order placed soon. And, of course, there's a long lead time on that traffic signal, but we're hoping that construction will be around the end of the year. Okay, so this is an image I showed last time, but I felt like it was a good time to put it back in. This is kind of a view of the library at the Colony High School with that new 20-year. Here's our Marcus library, updated library with their 20-year. A couple of images from the middle schools. Creek Valley, it just shows the kind of the updated finishes that you'll see as you walk in there after the renovation. New ceilings, lights, everything. Cafeteria there. So our Stantec projects, we've got quite a few. We have our DeGan Elementary 20-year, Flower Mound 20-year, Hebron High School 20-year, as well as the Year 1 roofing, Year 1 electrical, Year 1 elevator, and Year 1 fire alarm projects. So quite a bit of work there. So this is an interesting photo. So if you remember back in the 2017 bond, we did a full 20-year life cycle maintenance repair project on the old existing portion of the school. We got into those exterior walls during construction. We realized that there were some structural issues there. We actually ended up having to redo all the studs on the exterior walls, the weatherproofing, and the brick on the outside. So the original portion of the building was done with a darker brick. The 87 and 2001 wings were the lighter brick. So now we have finally got the opportunity to kind of blend that in. So on the left-hand side, this is the old, the area that wasn't done in the 2017 bond on the left-hand side. It's that lighter brick. You'll see the gentleman out there hand staining these bricks. So that's, you can see the right-hand side is in progress. Here's what it looks like if you drive by. So on the right hand of this picture here is the portion that was done in 2017 bond. And where the canopy is on the left-hand side there, this is the newly stained brick. So it all blends in much better as you drive around that campus. So much needed improvement. Okay, this slide you saw as well, but this is a good example of some of the work that will be taking place at Flower Mound. This is the new auditorium, or not existing auditorium, but our new finishes in that auditorium. And then Hebron High School, these are examples of that flex seating, some of those options in the hallways and the corridors there. Okay, so for Huckabee, a lot of projects here as well. District-wide ERRS is the Emergency Responder Radio Antenna System. We are just about wrapped up with that project, actually. Our Lewisville High School, we've got our Scene Shop addition, band lot renovations, got our 1999 wing renovation, and fire alarm for the entire campus. We have the LHS Harmon Black Box Theater renovation. We have Castle Hill Central Liberty 20-year life cycle maintenance and repair. We have listed Lewisville Learning Center on hold as of now as we explore other options. Our new transportation center, year one paving, that project is actually on hold because half of it was Creekside, which we're not proceeding with. And we've recommended the textbook assessment, we wait until our new transportation center is complete and then really out there once all the buses move. Year one doors and hardware replacements, and our district-wide security doors and vestibules, and our district-wide security systems project. A lot of projects there. I got a few pictures. This is what an ERS system looks like. So if you go into the closet there inside the building on the left-hand side, you'll see all the equipment associated with that. On the right-hand side is the antenna. Is one of the antennas. Working closely with the AHJs, our authorities having jurisdiction, which typically is the fire marshal of all of our municipalities, to make sure that these systems do in fact work well for their radio systems. Here's an image from the Black Box Theater. This is a lobby. So in LHS Harmon, we're actually converting the old band hall there into the new Black Box Theater. And so we wanted to provide, a lobby space, just like all of our other Black Box Theaters have. And so that's kind of what this is. We'll actually have an exterior entrance into this lobby space. If you're coming for an event at night, no need to go to the whole building. You actually show up at the Black Box. And here's an image of our new transportation center concept. Goes on the site with the Westside Aquatics, Tech West, and LHS Harmon. So we're really trying to match that kind of architectural brick color and theme there. Whole area. Okay, this next set of projects, these are ones really to start construction next summer. And so we are starting design. We've started design on a lot of these now. I'll go through them quickly. Glen Partners has Hebron Valley 20-year life cycle in STEM, Flower Mound 20-year. VOK has Coyote Ridge and Hicks 20-year. Those are actually our first chiller schools. So when we went through our chiller era with elementaries, those are going to be our first two. Other than, let's say Central was actually our first one. Sorry. Year two shade structures at 6 campuses, our Timber Creek marquee replacement, and our Hedrick Middle School playground, which was recently approved. For Huckabee, we have Briar Hill, McCamey, Forestwood renovations. Those are not full 20-year life cycle maintenance and repair projects. These are specific items listed in the facilities assessment document that show that they need replacement, as well as Rockbrook and Vickery, 20 years. Stantec has LHS Kilo, 20-year. McCullough, same thing. These are items clearly identified in the facilities assessment document. Our delay paving and fire alarm replacements, we consider those both Timber Creek elementary roof replacement, and year two flooring. Really quick update on the fine arts piece for the 2023 bond. So Ms. Drinkwater was kind enough to give me some updates here. The music instrument purchasings are ongoing. We've got a slide showing the percentages there. Great images. She did mention here that lead times have kind of exceeded the initial expectations, so we're not 100% yet, but we'll go through that in a second. Some great images. The students are very happy to receive, their new pianos. Very happy that the voters approved that item. So as we go through here, the pianos, you'll see elementaries are 100% complete. The middle school, high schools are 80%. For band, our middle school, high schools are 55% complete. Orchestra is 50% complete. Percussion is 75% complete. And elementary classroom instruments, 13% complete. That purchasing plan has been adjusted for the 34 campuses production. I'm not going to hit on this one too long. The Fine Arts box trucks is in here. I'm going to let Mr. Rare talk about this. I don't want to steal the thunder from the consent agenda preview. And so, but I'll let him speak to this one a little later. Okay, so questions for this portion of the 2023 bond construction update.
Are there any questions? Dr. Bonner.
Randy, I drove by the new bus location a couple of weeks ago, kicking some dirt around, that sort of thing. What's the timeline on that, if you could just remind us, please?
Sure. So we have not started our work there. That work you probably saw was from that easement, that water line easement on the side. Our goal, I think our GMP comes to the board next month. We're hoping to have that thing open. Our goal is to have it ready to go August of 2026.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Ms. Taylor?
I had a question about the playgrounds. As those are updated for the elementary schools, are wood chips being replaced? Is that included, or, because I hear a lot of complaints about wood chips?
Yes, ma'am. So we've actually been converting to the synthetic turf.
Okay.
And so that was the original concept with the enhanced accessibility playground. We've actually been very fortunate in that the pricing has been working out in our favor to where we're able to do that everywhere. So our goal is to try and get it in everywhere.
Okay.
It eliminates all those maintenance headaches
Yes.
associated with the wood fiber, and the kids hate it. And so, yeah.
Then just another comment, very appreciative of the lighting at the tracks, just remembering, I guess last year, going to a track and it was dark and they couldn't compete in the long jump, and it was dangerous because people had their phones out trying to use light. So it looks really, really great. And then very appreciative because I heard a lot of complaints about the GAN, different color bricks, and how do you get enrollment up when your school looks this way and you're trying to bring new students in. So just very appreciative of, it's a small thing, but definitely something big when you're thinking about recruitment to a community school. So thank you for that.
Sure.
Ms. Alcatab?
No, I was just going to say the same thing about the track. As a track parent, it's very, very appreciative. We're very appreciative to the voters for helping us do that, because it really was a hindrance to our students in participating and having to move those events and so forth. So it has definitely been a big eye-opener for our families. So I just wanted to chime in on that too, because putting our car headlights was very rough.
And I just remind me, those track lights are the same that we're going to do for our stadium lights. Those are all LED, correct?
Yes, ma'am. Yes. Yeah, pretty much any lighting we're putting in nowadays is LED. So, yeah.
All right, slide 400.
All right, we'll keep rolling. Okay, so this is the section where we're going to talk about kind of business items, right? So most of these are going to be items you're going to see next Monday night as consent items. So this is our typical kind of walkthrough on what those are. Just like last month, we have so many GMPs that I've kind of lumped them in one section. So I've got one slide. Again, these following projects were all advertised and bid out to subcontractors by their respective construction manager at risk. So if you hear me say CMAR, that's what that is. Each CMAR evaluated and scoped their bids and provided us with a guaranteed maximum price. So if you hear me say GMP, that's what that means for each project. Recommendations to approve these GMPs will be presented, as I mentioned, next Monday night on the 14th. So our first one is unfortunately the only one that is over budget, and so I figured we'd get that one out of the way first. So Stantec is the architect, Reader Construction is the CMAR. The scope here includes the auditorium, classrooms, auxiliary gym, very, very similar to Hebron High School, which was in budget. The GMP of $20,777,498 exceeds our overall budget by approximately $965,000. This project will begin this summer, 2025. Work would continue throughout the school year and be completed by August 1st, 2026. We've taken an in-depth look at kind of why this one was over budget and Hebron wasn't. Really comes down to those trade bids that come in, right? So each one of our CMAR partners has different subcontractors that bid their work. If you have just a little bit more on each one of the categories and you add those up to overall, total them up overall, it begins to kind of add up. There was a little bit of delay between when Hebron bid and Firebound bid, but I don't know that really played into, price increases during a, we are seeing price increases, obviously, from tariffs and other things in the industry right now. So our recommendation we had good coverage, which is always important to note. So what that means is for the individual trades, so like HVAC and electrical and plumbing, when each one of those bid, you'd have multiple vendors bidding on each item. So you've got good coverage. So our recommendation would not be to kind of wait or put this back out. I think it would actually may be more expensive if we were to try it in the future. So, okay. Elevator first sale, 2023 bond first sale elevator renovations. Stantec is the architect. Reader Construction is the CMAR. This is at Arbor Creek and Huffines Middle Schools. Our GMP is $262,627, is within our overall project budget. Work is expected to start this summer. Our first sale fire alarm renovations, again, Stantec and Reader. The scope here includes Lamar Middle School and LHS Harmon. The GMP of $1,130,318 is within the overall budget. And again, work would be expected to start this summer and be complete by summer 2026. Reason for that is just lead time of materials, but also working through. You have to work through and replace all the devices downstream. So it's not just the fire alarm panel. You're talking about all the individual devices within the whole school. Very similar, first cell electrical renovations, Stantec and Reader again. The scope here includes electrical upgrades at Arbor Creek Middle School and Morningside Elementary School. We have $2,722,813 is within the overall project. Work would be expected to start this summer and be complete by next summer. Again, when it comes to electrical, we are seeing fairly long lead times with that equipment. Okay, Castle Hill's 20-year life cycle maintenance and repair. Huckabee is the architect. Hilla Wilkinson is the CMAR. So if you remember last month, we brought in early GMP for this. This is the final full GMP. $12,854,139 is within the overall project budget. It's our typical 20-year life cycle maintenance and repair scope. It includes the building furniture, includes the total value of the project, so it includes the already approved early GMP. Remember I mentioned last time our goal is to kind of roll those into the final, so that way we're just tracking one number at that point. I've noted on most of these, for these 20 years, summer 1, ceiling and above, summer 2, ceiling below, so kind of our typical standard. Very similar, Liberty Elementary, 20-year life cycle. This one is Huckabee as the architect and Pogue as the CMAR. The full GMP, $14,989,442. Our overall project budget. Again, typical scope, including the furniture, and it is early package as well. Summer 1, ceiling and above. Summer 2, ceiling below. Central Elementary 20-year life cycle. Huckabee's the architect. Reader Construction is the CMAR. Of $18,881,752 is within the overall budget. It is the typical 20-year life cycle scope and includes the furniture. What is unique here is it's one of our chiller schools, and so chiller equipment, the cooling, it's an air-cooled chiller, but all that chiller equipment is a very long lead item. So unfortunately, you're not going to see the HVAC work in summer 1, but the goal is still to do everything ceiling and above outside of the chiller replacement pieces. And then summer 2 would be below ceiling. We have talked a little bit about potentially doing some items throughout the year, but right now this is our current plan. Lewisville High School renovations. I mentioned earlier the 1999 wing, and so that's what this is. The Huckabee is the architect. Reader Construction is the CMAR. The scope includes restrooms, elevator, that one elevator in that wing, roofing, and the fire alarm for the entire campus. Kind of the scope for the project. The GMP is $3,180,997. It is within the overall project budget, and work is expected to start this summer and be complete summer 26. So really the item we're looking at that's going to take the longest into next summer would be that fire alarm piece. We feel like all the rest of the scope should be complete. Okay, that was a lot. So next is our construction manager at risk selection. So about this time of the year, every year, we begin to think forward on next summer's construction work, get on the books, so to speak, get on the schedule with our CMAR partners. And so with the second sale projects, we sorted all those out into 5 total packages. The packages listed, I won't go through every single one, but you can see all the different packages there. All these are from Proposition B of the 2023 bond. As I mentioned, most of this work is set to begin construction next summer. We currently have 7 CMAR firms available to work with. The government code allows only a maximum of 5 to be invited to each project or package, right? So every one of those packages we had, you can only send it to 5 firms. So just like last year, we are seeing impact from the DFW K through 12 construction market. There's an abundance of work. A lot of districts have passed very large bonds. And we are competing, right, for the same architecture firm, same CMAR, a lot of other districts. As a result, we're seeing some impact in the bidding that's taking place. So we are investigating maybe adding to our CMAR pool for future projects. We did write our RFQ in a way where at any point in time, working with procurement and contracts, we could add to that pool. We're investigating that, and we'll certainly keep the board up to date on that project. So proposals were received for all of these packages, so that's a good thing. The proposals include a brief narrative, proposed personnel, methodology, financial and safety information, as well as the proposed pre-construction fee, construction fee, and general conditions cost. So that's what we look at as we start to evaluate those. We have come up with a recommendation for each package that we feel is the best value. Evaluation information will be provided to the board prior to the meeting on the 14th, and these recommendations will be presented as a consent item on the 14th. So next steps real quick for 2023 bond, all those things I just mentioned, all those GMPs and the second sale CMER selections will all come back as consent next week. In May, we're planning on bringing maybe GMPs for Transportation Center, the final Marcus 20-year life cycle maintenance repair GMP, our Lewisville Scene Shop Edition and Band Lot renovation GMP, and the Harmon Black Box Theater renovations. All those would then follow up as consent items that same month, as well as we're trying to get, as I mentioned earlier, we're hoping to get the playground and shade structure closed out that month as well, if we can get everything. Questions for the 2023 bond program update?
Keep rolling.
All right, I'm just wearing y'all down at this point. Okay, 2024 bond construction update. Okay, so similar format. This is the construction update part. So the same slides. In progress, a lot of these projects you're going to see in progress because remember, this bond passed in May, so we didn't do really much 2024 work last summer. So Glenn Partners has the new football scoreboards. VOK has the East Side Aquatic Center 20-year and the West Side Aquatic Center renovations. Stantec has the Flower Mound High School Stadium 20-year, Hebron High School Stadium 20-year, the Hebron High School baseball softball renovations, and the Hebron High School fieldhouse renovations. All those are in progress in design. Many of those are starting construction this summer. So if you haven't seen a GMP yet on these, you will be seeing a lot of them. So some nice images. The East Side Aquatic Center 20-year life cycle. This is a picture of the updated lobby there as you come in. There's a picture of obviously the pool area. Renovated restrooms, concept, classrooms. Here's an image of Flower Mound High School Stadium 20-year. Not a lot, these press boxes are not being torn down or rebuilt like the Colony and Lewisville were. Full renovation of the press box itself. These press boxes are much newer than the old Lewisville and Colony ones were. So, backside of Flower Mound. We've got some civil engineering projects. We're working on the synthetic turf at all three middle schools, middle school game fields, synthetic turf at one practice field per high school, and the track replacements at Shadow Ridge and LHS Harmon. McAdams has the baseball softball field lighting upgrades, as well as the synthetic turf for all of our baseball softball, with the exception of Colony, which obviously was done in the 2017 bond. We have our high school track replacements as well at all of our high schools except for Marcus. And we have our tennis court resurfacing. That project is already actually underway. We did a lot of the fencing work at the Colony over spring break. We also have, so these would be our year 2 projects, as I mentioned before. These would be for construction next summer, but we're starting design on these now. McAdams has our Forest Wood Middle School track replacement. VOK has our Flower Mound baseball and softball locker room, as well as the Marcus baseball locker room edition. Huckabee has the LHS baseball concessions and restrooms, LHS track locker room 20-year, the LHS indoor athletic center upgrades, and the Colony indoor athletic center upgrades. Items, again, that are identified in the facilities.
Are there
Sorry.
any questions? I just have a couple. Number one, we are getting rid of the mini blinds at the East Side Aquatic Center.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, we are.
Aesthetically and sound-wise.
Yes.
Could you briefly say what the press box renovations are going to be at Flower Mound High School? Like, what does that look? Because we're not rebuilding it, right? So what does that look like? Are we opening walls? Are we not opening walls? Things of that. Are we reusing areas?
Sure. So it's generally finishes, as well as your HVAC and your roofing, all those kind of items that we typically do. But you'll have new flooring, new paint. I believe we're getting new glass at those press boxes because we've had some issues. And we're trying to do some exterior paint as well. Those projects also include the concession and restroom buildings. So it's a full, stadium 20-year life cycle maintenance repair. So not just the press box. It was just kind of hard to show the concession buildings. But the good news there, we're adding HVAC to the concession building, and we're redoing all the plumbing and everything, and all the fixtures and everything in the restrooms. So.
All right.
All right.
Keep going. Big
one.
breath. Do you like to take some water? Be my guest.
Maybe one more. Okay, our last one. 2024 bond program update. So again, these are kind of our business items. So we have a guaranteed maximum price for the Flower Mound High School Stadium 20-year life cycle maintenance and repair. Last month we saw the Hebron High School. Stantec is the architect. Reader is the CMAR on this one. Again, Reader advertised and bid out the project to subcontractors per Chapter 2269 of the Government Code. Reader evaluated and scoped their bids and provided us a GMP of $4,294,709. It's within our overall project budget. Recommendation to approve this will be presented to the board next Monday night as a consent item, and work would take place over the summer months. Our next one is the Aquatic Center East 20-year life cycle maintenance repair, as well as the Aquatic Center West renovation. So we're really packaging this up as one. If you remember, this is its own bond proposition, and so really it just makes sense to just have one project, and funds cannot be shared with anything else, basically. BLK is the architect. Hill & Wilkinson is the CMAR. Hill & Wilkinson advertised and bid out this project per the Government Code. They provided a GMP of $14,911,610 within our overall project budget. Recommendation to approve this, again, will be brought back next Monday night. And work for the Aquatic Center is scheduled to, Aquatic Center East will begin this summer, will be complete summer 2026. We would then shift over to the Aquatic Center West. I did mention on here the Aquatic Center East will remain closed to the public during the renovation. That's exactly why we don't want to do the minor renovation work at the West Side during the same time, is because we want to make sure that facility can have renovation while we're doing the work at East Side. Our high school stadium site, we have I think we have 3 CSPs we're going to talk about. A really quick high school stadium scoreboard replacement. This project was bid out as a competitive still proposal. We opened the bids today, actually. 6 bids were received. Bids have been evaluated. Well, we are currently evaluating these, and we'll get everything turned in this week. This item next Monday night as a consent. Next one is high school turf baseball and softball fields. Again, project was bid out using a CSP delivery method. 2 bids were received on that one. We have evaluated those bids and a recommendation to award high school track replacements. Project was a CSP. 3 bids were received. We have evaluated those, and a consent item recommendation will be presented. And just like the 2023 bond, we do have some CMAR selections to do for the 2024 bond work. For this one, we sorted everything into 3 total packages. Most of this work is set to begin construction in summer 2026. Again, I won't say it again, we've got 7 firms, only 5 can be invited. Same thing I mentioned last time with looking at maybe adding to our pool, because we received no bids for the Forestville Middle School track. We did receive proposals for the other 2. Again, those proposals, you see all the items there that are included. We have come up with a recommendation for the 2 packages where we got bids. Those evaluation information will be provided to the board prior to the meeting on the 14th. Back out for bid again on the Forestville Middle School track. Our next steps, all those GMPs I spoke about will be consent items next Monday night. In May, we're hoping to bring our baseball, softball lighting upgrades CSP and our Hebron High School baseball, softball renovations GMP. Follow up with consent items. All right, so any questions for the 2024? That's a lot. I tried to get through it smooth.
We're not going out for a bond, so you're good for a while. Dr. Bonner.
7 of us want to know, I feel certain. What's up with Forestwood?
No kidding.
I mean, it's like I don't know. What's up with Forest Wood? Are we going to
It's
get
the
that
trees.
thing fixed?
It is the trees. We will prevail. We will get this thing fixed. I assure you.
I know it's the trees from town side, and I agree with that. We
trees.
don't want to knock the trees down, but that doesn't have anything to do with the bid, does it?
Well,
I'm not trying to correct you, Dr. Rapp.
No, I somewhat jest that track has presented us historical issues, but we will not be defeated. We will.
I mean, that probably plays in a little bit, right? Because they know it's going to be a difficult process to work through that. I don't have the full answer yet, but I'm going to get it for you. So we haven't had a chance to really do it. Usually we wait till after the board approves everything, and then we kind of start talking to folks. Yeah. We'll find out.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Dr. Barker.
Thank you, Madam President. I believe this is more of a question for Dr. Rapp than it is about construction. Have we already developed our plan in terms of what's going to happen with classes and practices at Aquatic East and moving that over to West? Has that all been decided upon, communicated, or are we waiting until we get further into the process? Give me a sense of where we are with that.
Yeah, I think the last time, and I'll look at Mr. Kosh too, but Coach Lyles was working with Jeff Jones on what needs to happen to move what's been at the East Side Aquatic Center to the West Side Aquatic Center. When we met last spring after the bonds passed, we knew that there were students that we were going to need to have the high school principals be mindful that some of these courses were going to need to be first period that typically aren't. It's been a while since we had that conversation. But definitely the thought was that we need to be prepared to have all the students be ready to practice at the West Side Aquatic Center. That might, of course, impact our ability to rent the West Side Aquatic Center.
That was going to be my follow-up question,
Yes.
how does that affect rentals?
So ultimately, we still want to try to accommodate rentals as much as we possibly can, but yet knowing that there will be some impact to that, which will impact our revenue for a year. As well, yes, 2 years. But ultimately, we're still working through communication, follow-up communication with renters. I know Mr. Jones has a communication. He wants to go out. We need to take a look at that collectively to let our renters know here's where we're at. We want to try to accommodate, and of course, we sent something to our renters after the bond passed saying, please know, we're not going to be able to accommodate everybody. We can't tell you exactly what we might be able to accommodate in order to say you need to get alternate plans in place. Like, we cannot be your main plan because our students and their practice needs are going to come first.
Thank you for that. And I'll say from my understanding, they have heard the message, some of them that I'm acquainted with. But they are still very appreciative of the upgrades that are happening, and so it's kind of a give and take, right? We appreciate that these upgrades are happening, so we know there's going to be some pain points. Are we going to have the same sort of? I know East Side's going to be closed to the public while we're going through this process. I know West Side is not the same scope of renovations, and so I'm assuming then that it's not the same scope of closure of West Side when we get to those renovations. Am I correct in that assumption?
You are correct. Yeah, actually, so the scope at the west side is a new pool liner for the small pool.
Right, which desperately needed.
New Jumbotron, basically, both of them are getting that. And then bulkhead resurfacing. So the bulkheads are the big pieces that slide back and forth. So our CMER has actually said, hey, we might be able to get some of that done like Christmas break, spring break. And I said, well, hold on, we need to check the schedule and see if there are any breaks at all in the building to be able to do that. If not, we'll wait till the end. So yes, it will not be a huge impact. We won't have to shut the west side down for a year or anything. So yeah.
Okay. Are you going to have to drain the pool to do the bulkhead?
Not the bulkhead, but the small one, obviously, for the liner will have to be drained.
Okay.
Yeah.
That was a random technical question. Thank you.
Right.
That Jumbotron that you talk about is actually video scoreboards that are required by UIL for our water polo programs.
Yes, ma'am. Yep.
We cannot have those programs if we do not have that equipment.
Right.
I don't want anyone thinking we're doing giant things. Being very mindful with taxpayer money.
Right.
As Dr. Barker said earlier, if we were allowed to manage our M&O money in go forth the way we are INS money, I have a feeling we'd be in a lot better position for our next presentation. So I thank you very much. Go put your feet up.
Thank y'all.
Thank you. Next up is fiscal year 25 budget projection update M&O funds. Mr. Rare.
I narrowed this down to 82 slides. All right, so the first one, just wanted to update. This is from, we shared this information at the last meeting, but just to continue our revenue assumption updates. So we based our budget this year on enrollment of 48,100. Of March 25th, we were at 47,079. More importantly is the estimated ADA since we were. Budget was based on 44,733. At the end of the fourth 6 weeks, we were 593. Over the last 2 years, we'd seen it about on average 30 ADA. Right now, we're using a year-end projection. On the T2 values, and we have some slides further on in the presentation that will dive more into the T2 values, back to those. But we're basing our budget on $56.3 billion. Our preliminary values that were received at the end of January. As far as tax collections, we're doing really well there. We budget based on 99%. Already through February, we're at that point. So we're currently projecting almost 99. And just one other thing to highlight on our revenue assumptions. Our local revenue includes a lot of additional revenue, upwards to $17 million, that's raised through programs and fees. So some of those would be our facility rental fees that were discussed earlier. We also would have athletic gate receipts. Interest income would make up a large portion of that as well. And then included in our state funding, we've been transfers for many years now. And so for this fiscal year 25, we actually had 1,148 out-of-district transfers. That would help impact the state funding that we're receiving. And so our adopted budget for this year was $556.5 million. And currently, this is through February, and so we're halfway point through our fiscal year. We'll continue to update this each month, and each month this should become more accurate of a projection. But at this time, we're currently projecting $532.7 million for revenue. The difference there is primarily our state funding. And our state funding is down, and this is mainly due to lower ADA, as we discussed from our projections, and also the higher T2 values that we would. In addition, last year we received $6.5 million in additional state aid to help account for the loss due to freeze adjustments. Currently, with our increased T2 values, that amount goes down to zero. So we've lost $6.5 million there that the state would have been holding us harmless. Now, as we continue to go throughout the remainder of the year, the school year, we're continuing to monitor our attendance rate to see if there's any unexpected impacts. We've dealt, hopefully, we're through the cold and flu season. And so through March, our ADA, our attendance percentage was 95.3, which was right on line with how we were last year. And then that was the same attendance percentage that we had for the month of March. So we did see a few months that dipped, but it started to rebound in March. And then the last bullet there is federal and state legislative changes, including impact aid. We were concerned, probably when we shared this last month, that we weren't exactly sure how much, if any, of our impact aid that we were going to receive. We budget $4 million for impact aid. And thankfully, we have received a good portion of it recently, and so we've actually received about $3 million of the $4 million to date. This time, we are anticipating to receive the remainder later this year. Next few slides are just going to go into a little bit more detail on property tax basics and how our property tax collections and our T2 value and what the relation is there. So this first slide takes a look at The first thing is property values, and so our property values are received from our central appraisal district, and those preliminary values come in April. And so we actually receive our certified values. We must receive those by July 25th. So when we're working on the budget, we'll start looking at our certified value, and we'll look to see what the trend has been the last few years between our April values and our certified values to help us kind of project where we think our certified values will be. As far as property tax rates, the school board does approve that in August of every year. And then those two components are used to determine what our property tax collections are going to be. And so the property tax collections will be actually received throughout the year, but primarily we see those as a school district in December through February of each year. Then the last piece of that is the property value study, and that comes from the comptroller. And preliminary values have to be received by January 31st. Final values are received by August. So these different pieces are used to both calculate our tax rate compression, so that takes a look at what our value increase has been year over year. The larger the value increase, the more tax compression you'll have. And then, as I mentioned before, your values and your tax rate will help determine what tax collections the district will receive. And then our T2 value will help determine what state funding and recapture amount that the district has. So it's important to remember that not all property tax related values are equal. And so what we're looking at is, on one side, as I mentioned, the local property taxes, and that is determined based on the values that we receive from our appraisal district in July. Whereas the state funding that we receive is based on dollar values that we receive in January, final in the following August, so the last month of our fiscal year. Where that comes into play, here's two examples where you'll see if we had higher T2 values than what we projected and then lower T2 values than what we projected. And I'll start with the higher values, since that's the way that they actually came in this year. We were projecting $56.3 billion, and so when you multiply that by our maximum compressed rate, that would generate local tax collections of just over $347 million. Now, unfortunately, with the T2 values coming in higher than projected, using that same tax rate, the state would say, instead of collecting $347, in their mind, we actually collected almost $356 million. And so when you put that into the funding template, when it determines how much our Tier 1 funding should be, they look to see how much is your local share first, and then whatever the balance is what the state would then contribute. So in this example, we would say, well, really, we're only collecting $347 million. But the state, when in the state funding template, would say, no, you're actually going to collect $356 million. And so that would then generate lower state funding than what we were projecting. So the second example would just be the opposite, that if we actually had lower T2 values than we projected, then our tax collections would actually end up being higher than what we're using in our funding template. So then we would actually receive additional state funding, or more state funding than what we'd projected. So one thing that I did want to highlight on this with the T2 values, as they did come in much higher than what we were projecting. Next slide will go into an example of how we come up with that projection. But I did want to highlight that we received an email from DCAD that many districts throughout the state actually saw this same instance. So they were showing that many had incorrect values that were lost due to the tax ceiling. And so the way it was explained to me at the time is that it really was dependent on the software that the appraisal district was using. So there was only one software throughout the state that actually calculated this value lost due to the tax ceiling correctly. Unfortunately, the software that's used by our appraisal district did not calculate that correctly, so the values that got submitted to the comptroller were incorrect. Now, we have appealed that, and so an appeal has been filed. Unfortunately, we may not know the results of that appeal until August. And we actually may not see that on our summary of finance that the state puts out to show us how much funding we're going to receive. We probably won't see that until a near final run, which is after year end. And so there's going to be a little bit of some estimates that we're making that are based on what we know our T2 values to be right now. We're very hopeful that they're going to be lower, that the appeal will be successful. How much lower, I don't know yet. We're working with our appraiser to kind of get a ballpark on what that amount will be. But I will share on the next slide a little bit more information about what that could be. So here is how we come up with our T2 value projection. And I've just listed out the last 3 fiscal years. And so, once again, we receive the certified values in July. We don't get the T2 values until January. And so, but in order to do our funding template, we have to have an estimate of what we think our T2 value is. So we look at that same relationship between certified to how we end up our T2 values. You'll see in 2023 tax year that ratio, the percentage of T2 value to certified, was just under 93%. The average for 2020, 2021, and 2023 was 91.4%. I'd have to dig a little bit deeper into 2022. I'm not exactly sure why that was so far off from the other years, but since it was, we didn't include that when we were coming up with the average of the years. So 91.4% was what we used when we were adopting this year's budget. So we took the certified value in July and multiplied it by the 91.42% to come up with our projected T2 value. You'll see I put on this slide the $57.7 billion, our preliminary T2 value, which actually then would come in about 93.8%. So much higher than what we were projecting, and much higher than the trends that we'd seen over the previous years. And so one thing I wanted to highlight on here is that in fiscal year 24, so last year, lost $1.6 billion in value for tax compression on homesteads of the elderly and disabled. So $1.6 billion is what we lost last year. So how much our T2 value actually went down after taking that into consideration. In fiscal year 25, right now, it's only showing that we lost $2.8 million. We've gone from $1.6 billion to $2.8 million. That's why I think our appeal will be successful. My hope is that it will cover a large portion of that increase that we're showing. But as I said, I really won't know that yet until more updated numbers from our appraisal district. So on a more positive side, we'll look at expenditures. And so our expenditure assumptions that we used for this year, our budget for recapture was $12.9 million. Through the fourth 6 weeks, we're projecting that to be a little bit higher as our values are higher and our student numbers are lower. Our payroll, we're tracking pretty close to what we budgeted. It's a little bit higher, but just a reminder that does include the one-time payment of almost $5.9 million. And then our non-payroll is actually where we're seeing most of the savings. So through February, our projection is about 91% of our budget is what we're looking to spend. And so you'll see on this next slide that we're currently projecting expenditure savings of about $10 million. Track that to see, each month we'll continue to update that projection. And so as a reminder, our adopted budget deficit for this year was $4.5 million. Taking into account what we had for our projected T2 values, so the values that were used when we adopted our budget, we were looking at closer to a deficit of $1.2 million. That includes some one-time items as well that I've listed out here to get us down to that 1.2. Now, if we're using our preliminary T2 values, it's going to be closer to an $11 million deficit for fiscal year 25. So some next steps that we have to take, we'll continue to monitor our spending for the remainder of this year and also our position fill rate. We'll also continue to monitor our attendance for the second semester in hopes that it maintains that 95.3% rate. We'll continue to monitor our T2 values, work with our appraisal district, and monitor our appeal to see what that's going to do for our state funding, and also continue to look at our property tax collections for the remainder of the year. Then we will look to reclassify all capital-like expenditures to land sales while making sure that we maintain our minimum 25% of expenditures. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Are there any comments or questions? Dr. Barker.
Thank you, Madam President. You mentioned in that next steps, maintaining the 25% in fund balance. And I want to go back to all those different timelines that you had, right? So we get some projections, but we don't start really receiving the bulk of how we fund our business of educating students in that January to February range. So that's correct me if I'm wrong, that's one of the reasons why having that fund balance is so important, is to ensure that we can pay people between August and January before we get that revenue coming in. Am I correct? And I know it's simplistic, but.
Yes, no, you're correct. I mean, that's why it's imperative to have a healthy fund balance.
So then, sorry, I didn't.
Well, I was just going to say, yes, you're right. September through November, really not receiving much of revenue.
We're basically floating until we get that money coming in.
That's correct.
So now we're looking at 11.1 million, which if we can't find more pennies and couches, then that's going to have to come out of, at the end of the day, that comes out of fund balance if we can't find it somewhere else in the budget.
That's correct.
And we're also trying to figure out a way in fiscal year 26 to pay our teachers what they deserve. Another 18 million. Is that right?
It takes just under $4 million to do a 1% raise, so about $12 million for staff.
So, I mean, I was upset last time, and now I'm mad. So I'm going through the stages of grief through these board meetings. You may not have this off the top of your head. Had asked for an increase in our contribution to their budget, correct?
Yes, our payment now to DCAD's about $4.7 million, and last year's increase, I believe, was about $500,000. And they gave their staff raises, yes.
And their software cost an issue for us. That makes me mad. I don't have any other way to put it except that makes me mad. I want to thank you, Mr. Rare, and you, Dr. Rapp, for continuing to focus on what we can do and finding those areas within the budget where we can make adjustments to attempt to make up for many things that are beyond our control. I also think that I know that this, as you mentioned, is not uncommon, and I think that we are in a better place than we could have been because of action by you, Dr. Rapp, administration, and this board in keeping an eye on ensuring that our fund balance is where it is, ensuring that we're right-sizing and making the cuts where we need to make. I keep thinking that someone's going to partner with us and help us out because we're doing the work. We're doing what we can. Somebody help us out.
Ms. Taylor?
Just a question. Well, first of all, I agree with everything Dr. Barker said. It's frustrating, really, to keep being in this situation through no fault of our own, really. Very disappointing about DCAD software and how that's causing us an issue. I did have a question about the timing of the appeals, and you may have mentioned it, and I just don't remember. The appeal has already been filed, but we're not sure when it would be complete or resolved.
That's correct. It has been filed. Take all the way up until August to get a response.
I'm mad too. I'm done.
Dr. Bonner?
Well, we just encourage my colleagues that it's early in the budget cycle, so there's that. Also thankful that DCAD was transparent with their concerns about their software. Is that the same software that they were having difficulty installing over the last couple of years? Okay, and so there's probably 2 or 3 of those in the state, I would guess. I would not imagine those are very prolific endeavors to have all kinds of software. So maybe they can consider that moving forward and get a patch put in that to adjust T2 value calculation. That would be helpful to school districts around the state, wouldn't it? We don't know the timeline on the appeal, and what does that appeal look like as far as correction to the T2 value? What can you talk through that a little bit?
I think since it's statewide, or not every district, obviously. Sure.
You know, you mentioned this software impacts more than Lewisville ISD, and in fact, many districts across the state. Do you have an estimate by any chance?
I don't.
But it's a large enough problem, you think it'll be given due attention?
Across the state, yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank y'all.
Ms. Sells?
I'm just going to ask that just as we're held accountable, had software that did not educate kids, our recourse would be taken over by the state. I will tell you that I appreciate the work of the board of directors of DCAD, but this isn't a minor flub on their part. They're responsible, and they should be held accountable. And yet, I don't think they will be. And so I think that the next time they ask for an increase in their budget, and can you remind me, Mr. Ware, who is their largest? That would be us. I think it might be time for a couple of us to go to the DCAD board meeting. So that's all I have to say. I join my colleagues in being very.
Ms. Taylor?
I'm sorry. I just had a quick question. I know that the board policy is 25% of expenditures in the fund balance. From a historical standpoint, was that percentage ever something else? And where's the 25% coming from? Is that the, I don't know, the minimum or whatever, like the average that most school boards do? I know it affects your bond ratings and so much more. I guess trying to understand the 25%.
And TEA recommends for you to have 3 months of operating expenditures.
Gotcha.
So,
okay.
And as far as whether it's been a different percentage.
Okay. I just wanted to know.
Actually never had it memorialized in policy until recently. for the percentages, but I would say it comes from the first report and getting a good rating on that. This is an opinion, and you're allowed to have one. Do you think that the comptroller and central appraisal districts are duplicating work and coming up with different answers?
Possible.
Possible. Because like I'm looking at like the percentage of T2 to certified, which is 93.77. And then I look at our attendance rate, which is 95.5. And so if you did those I guess what I'm trying to show is the small margins that we deal in. So we're not paid on enrollment, so that's about 4.5%-ish, right? 4.5% that we don't get because we're paid on attendance and not enrollment. So that's about 4.5%. And then I look at these T2 values, and I'm going to round up to 94%. So that's about another 6%. So what I'm saying is that's the margins that we live in. That is not a large margin to live in. I'm frustrated by the software issue because I know that Ms. Sells and I were here when they came and said, if only we had this new software, we'd be great. I am frustrated for them. I certainly don't think it was malicious on their part to get bad software. But I do think that there is not some good communication, perhaps, between the comptroller's office and the central appraisal districts. The other thing I would also say is that you say we set the tax rate in August. We set the INS tax rate in August. TEA sets the tax rate for our M&O. We don't get to set that. So I just wanted that small distinction. In some ways, to go back to what Dr. Barker said and what I say is that when we get to manage the money, do a better job. But that M&O rate comes from TEA. It is not set by local boards. Dr. Bonner, you had a comment.
Yes, ma'am, Ms. Prosnick. I just wanted to concur with you on the redundancy that's apparent, and in the funding formula, right, where one hand's doing one thing, the other hand's doing the other, makes zero sense. We'd be run out of town for that. And the other thing I wanted to add in thinking about when you were talking about software, we recently did a software conversion too for our ERP, our employees, and the chief function of that is payroll. And the big test on whether a software conversion is appropriate and correctly done is, do you get your people paid? Well, I don't know. Maybe the measure for a software conversion for a central appraisal district would be, do you get your values right? And in this case, I would say no. And again, if we didn't get our payroll done correctly, we'd be run out of town. So I appreciate you lodging those thoughts from my head. Thank you.
Always happy to unlodge. The other thing I would say that when we look at, and this is for all the legislators listening out there, when you get your runs, they're based on T2 values. They are not based on our appraisal district values. And so when you put into bills that districts will be made whole on certain things, that is based on a T2 value. That is not based on the central, the appraisal district's value. And so when those are off by just 6%, that is 6% of those values that we don't get. And so I had a legislator when I told him for the last round that we were not made whole, he was like, well, that's impossible. And I said, well, let me explain T2 values versus appraisal district values. I got to see a glazed look because they go off the reports that they're given. Once again, I don't believe these are malicious people. I believe that they believe the reports that they're given, but that those numbers are not the numbers that we have to live with. So for all those legislators out there, I would say that when you're looking at those runs, you're not looking at central appraisal district numbers. You're looking at the comptroller's numbers, which, as we just see here, can be up to 6% or more off. So that's my math lesson for tonight. Any other happy news you'd like to add, Mr. Rare?
Not at this time.
Thank you. All right. Oh, we'll move on to student transportation services.
March 7th, the district notified our current provider of its intent not to renew the contract. So a new student transportation services request for proposal was issued. The term of the agreement would begin on August 1st, 2025 for a 5-year term. Evaluation committee representing a variety of district stakeholders. This time, district administration is continuing to bring a recommendation on how to proceed.
Are there any questions? Thank you very much, Mr. Rare. My favorite item, which is the consent agenda. I just didn't forget it this time.
So tonight, looking at the April 14th regular board meeting consent agenda preview, and I'd just like to highlight one of the items. There's various items that are listed in the board book. I wanted to highlight one of the items that's included. Of the purchase of trucks for the Fine Arts Department. And so the Fine Arts program at each of the high schools rely on trucks to transport instruments and theater equipment. On March 5th of 2024, the district notified 5 cooperative contract awarded vendors to request quotes for box trucks, and 5 responded when received. The Fine Arts Department, as well as the 5 high school band directors, reviewed and evaluated past 11 months, multiple updated quote requests to district specifications. One of the items that will be brought for your approval.
Are there any comments or questions? Ms. Taylor?
I had a question about the online payment services. Is there a way to know, it says that the fees are offset by the transaction fees. Is there a way to know how much the offset is?
As far as what percentage?
Exactly. Mm-hmm.
Don't
or
have
you can
that.
just get it to me later.
I can get that information for you.
Thank you.
Yeah, and so, because I forget, there was a time where it was a dollar amount, but then it changed. I'll get the exact amount for you.
Thank you.
Dr. Barker?
Thank you, Madam President. Just a quick question. You said that included tariff fees. Were they listed separately? Is that how we knew that they were tariff fees?
Is that listed out separately in board book? What those fees actually are? Their dollar amount?
I will have to look at that.
Mr. Martin said if it isn't, he'll include that.
Moving on to more fun topics, the fiscal year 26 budget. Mr. Rare.
So just a few things to consider as we start looking at next year. Talked about, we're going to continue to have it possible. We're keeping track of legislative session funding changes. Just in the fiscal year 25 update, our T2 values are going to play a big role in what our budget forecast looks like, because the higher the value, the less state funding. So really, until we know how we're going to finish up fiscal year 25, that's making forecasting for 26 a little bit. But I'll start looking at just what our current assumptions are for next year. Right now, we're looking at projected enrollment of 46,402, estimated ADA of 43,891. Currently included two different T2 property value assumptions. When we receive our April preliminary property values from the appraisal district, we'll be able to use those to project what we think our certified values will be, and then we'll be able to use those projected certified values to come up with a more accurate projection for our T2 values. But at this time, we're using both a 3% and a 5.5% increase. Keeping the tax collection percentage the same, that would slightly decrease our M&O tax rate by about 2 cents. Slide, we'll take a look at what our enrollment in ADA, what the actual was for last fiscal year, what we budgeted for this current year, what we're currently estimating for fiscal year 25 year end, and then what we're estimating for fiscal year 26. The revenue or the ADA decline from last year, projecting for fiscal year 25, is a decrease of 672. That's what we're currently using for our fiscal year 26 decline of 672. First, take a look at current law, and then later on we'll take a look at what some of our forecasts would look like with some of the legislation. But right now, this is just based on current law. And so it's looking at what would our funding impact be of both declining enrollment and property value growth. So remember, that will be, we're going to start with a baseline of what our current preliminary T2 values are for this year. So we think they're going to be adjusted, but until they are, we're going to use what they are currently showing. So that's going to, as you saw in fiscal year 25, that's going to bring down our revenue significantly. It's going to do the same thing for fiscal year 26. And so we're basing our growth, so the 3% growth is going to be on top of what we think our fiscal year 25 growth is as well. So what that's going to do is that's going to generate some additional property taxes, but it's going to significantly state funding. So when you see that large amount, realize that's both ADA decline, it's much higher T2 values for fiscal year 25, and then it's fiscal year 26 T2 value growth. So there's still a lot of uncertainty there. I mean, because really until we know or have a better idea of what our T2 values are going to be for 25, it's making it challenging to see exactly what that difference is going to be. That's just an example for right now of what our current funding difference would be with declining enrollment and 3% property value growth. And on the next slide, if we're using 5.5% growth, and so to go back, so 3% is kind of what we were anticipating year over year previously, and so that's why we were using the 3% growth. We were actually, our preliminary T2 values for this year were actually closer to 6%. One of the funding runs that we received, different funding runs. One of them include a 5.5% value growth, and so that's the other scenario that we're using. So you'll see with the additional growth, we're going to see additional property taxes collected. That could go down a little bit depending on what the tax compression would be, because we would see of additional tax compression if we grew by 5.5% versus 3%. State funding, you'll see what that does for our state funding, the overall net funding difference. So as we start looking at the different runs that we're receiving, so far I've highlighted two here. We've received one from TASBO and one from Moat Casey. There's some similarities in the runs, but then also I've noted some differences here. And so we have to, as we're doing our funding runs, we either have to say, okay, we feel better with one or the other, or come up with our own rationale of what numbers we want to use. But for right now, the ADA that's projected for next year by TASBO is 43,883. Moat Casey is a little bit higher, about 70 students higher. As far as property values, TASBO is projecting 5.5% growth, Moat Casey 6.4%. The tax rate, there's not much of a difference, but Moat Casey, obviously, with the higher value growth, then your tax rate's going to be compressed more. So it's a little bit lower of a tax rate. And TASBO is currently showing an increase in funding as a result of committee substitute for House Bill 2. They're currently showing $28.5 million of an year. Moat Casey is showing closer to 24.6%. I'm sorry, 24.6 million. I tried to go into the funding template to see what I thought our funding increase would be. The challenging thing is funding templates really aren't updated with all the different weights that could come out of these legislative bills until there's a little bit more clarity on it. And so some of the weights and the funding changes I was able to go in and manually do, others I couldn't. And so our actual funding increase that we were able to show was a little bit lower than this. And so, where it will end up, once it goes to the Senate is anyone's best. Right now, that's what the different runs are showing. And so I just wanted to kind of highlight some of the differences, and this is on the TASBO run. So this is our tier 1 entitlement, so that's how we're going to receive the majority of our state funding. So just highlighting a few of the differences, and so you'll see on the left what the state aid calculation is, all the different allotments. Then you'll see what it would be under current law, and then what it would be under the House Bill 2, and then what the difference would be. So for us, House Bill 2 would have about $7.4 million more of special ed funding, $2.3 million more of comp ed, $2 million more of bilingual. Our CT allotment would go up about $1.8 million. Early education allotment would go up by $900,000. Currently, our school safety allotment would go up by almost $350,000. However, there is another House Bill, House Bill 124, that could increase the state of the school safety allotment funding even higher. This is just one example. You'll see at the bottom it's $30 million, and so you may ask, well, why does it show 30 there? Previous slide shows 28. Well, that's just the tier 1 side, and so the changes that are being made will impact our tier 2 funding as well. It will impact our other funding, and part of the other funding is the hold money that we were receiving. As I mentioned last year, $6.5 million. Pretty much these bills wipe out any hold harmless. Basically, you're receiving additional money in your allotments, so your hold harmless is going away. And so that's where we get from the $30 million down to closer to 28. So this we had in there for last board meeting, and this is just a reminder of what salary increase scenarios that we've presented previously and what those costs would be. For 1% of the midpoint, cost to the general fund would be about $3.7 million. 0.5, 3%, $11.4 million.
All right, so board, I'm going to talk through what we're considering for fiscal year 26. We did meet with the Program and Budget Review Board Committee as we are trying to identify about $11 to $12 million to figure out a way to fund raises and also deal with the loss in enrollment. And again, it's really a huge impact when you have an enrollment decline because of the fact, as we've talked about tonight, you're not funded on enrollment, you're funded on ADA, so you're hurt even more than that. So I wanted to take us back to the budget reduction guiding principles that you all passed a resolution on in March of 2024. In student learning, as we consider budget reductions, we want to protect the quality of the learning environment and instruction. We want to continue to focus on safety and security of our students and staff, and of course, these guiding principles are posted on our budget reduction webpage as well. In student experience, we want to work to minimize the negative impact to students. We know as we reduce the budget, it's going to make changes in how we do things, but we want to minimize the negative impact as much as possible. We want to be intentional in the opportunities and pathways for our students to be successful tonight. As we heard with our guidance and counseling team, we're working hard to really counsel students on their CCMR pathways, for example, and we want to be sure that we're running as efficiently as we can in those class sizes that we're offering. When it comes to resource stewardship, we want to increase the efficiency of our course offering and electives as our overall student enrollment is stabilizing, and we know the projection over the next 10 years is to get down possibly to stabilize at about 44,000 students. We want to right-size our facilities to our enrollment and create levels of efficiency for our buildings. Of course, we've done that with our facilities efficiency assessment and with the decision on the current school retirements, and do our best to make any reductions in staff through attrition as certification allows. We want to protect and preserve the intellectual capital and expertise that has built the systems of our school district to be the exceptional provider of education in our community. We know that right now we're hearing a lot in the news about how other districts are handling budget reductions with the lack of increase of the basic allotment. You have several things going on for us specifically. You've got the rising cost of inflation with the lack of increase in the basic allotment. You've got an enrollment decline, which makes for a loss of revenue. You've got the T2 values that we just heard about as well. You've got recapture. You've got all of those financial storms hitting us at all the same time. But what we hear some other districts doing is everyone is struggling with the lack of increase of the basic allotment and inflationary costs. I've got a list for you on the screen. I'm not going to read all of those out. It's just mainly to say every district is having to do different things when it comes to their budget. Even some growing districts are still having to reduce positions because of the lack of increase of the basic allotment. You see things like middle school change, which we had to do for this school year as well. You see changes to a GT model. You see people changing their librarian staffing. You see increasing class sizes, facility rental fees, reducing budget, reducing transportation, all of those kinds of things. So ultimately, the recommendation of the board committee that we're bringing before you tonight for the 25-26 school year would be that we staff our high school campuses at the higher class size ranges on the staffing analyzer. We adjust our fifth grade class size on the staffing analyzer from 24.5 to 1 to 25 to 1. We implement changes to our high school library aid staffing model. We implement changes to our staffing for district level social workers and behavior interventionists. We reduce parent notes for excusing absences from 10 to 5 as we work on our attendance rates and how important those are. We increase the cost of our virtual learning academy courses beginning in the summer of 26. We would implement changes to the permanent sub-staffing model. We have 3 different options that we could consider. We didn't come to a conclusion with the board committee, but looking for a savings of $1.3 million in the changes that we make there. And already in progress, the HR team's working really hard to take our substitute staffing back in-house and not continue the contract provider that we've had. The committee recommended for further study to determine possible changes for the 26-27 school year. So this coming school year, we would study high school counselors' staffing model and ratios. We heard tonight about the work that our counselors are able to do with the ratio that the board is currently invested in. And I'm sure the board members on the committee will speak to this tonight, but this is a really, really gut-wrenching conversation to continue to have in our district to undo investments that we've made, but yet work to keep the overall services that we're providing. And then to study this coming school year for possible changes in 26-27, our high school fine arts and athletic staffing models as well. With the high school staffing analyzer, several years ago when we created the staffing analyzer, Kathy Bray, who did an excellent job on this tool, ultimately the staffing analyzer produces staffing counts at a low class size range, a district suggested target, and a high range. We've been working to staff our campuses anywhere between the low to the district suggested target. It varies a little bit by content as the principals make those decisions, but you can see we're moving the staffing model, as I said, over to the high range. So that would be your general on-level courses staffed at about 28 to 1, your pre-AP 30 to 1, art and your things that are not your fixed fine arts 32 to 1. You can see PE and fixed fine arts as band and things of that nature. But I do want to make a note, while these are general guidelines to produce the staffing analyzer, the way actual schedules turn out, of course, there will be some on-level classes that will have over 30 in them. There will be some that will have under 28. It is a general guideline. Balancing classes at the high school level is not an exact science, but in general, they're staffed at those higher ranges this staffing cycle. So I'm going to have Scott talk through, based on everything we've talked about tonight, kind of put this all together for you with what are we looking at when it comes to initial forecast for fiscal year 26.
So as we take a look at the possible scenarios, so just as a reminder, any time we go through the budget process, as we walk through, I mean, there's a lot of uncertainty, especially on the revenue forecasting, and even more so during legislative years. And so not knowing exactly, what type of relief that we're going to receive from the state. And so I am thankful that we're an August year-end district, because that just buys us more time, as Dr. Bonner said. I mean, we're still early in the process. And so these scenarios are the information that we have right now. And so I'll walk through a few of the different scenarios. So these first two that you'll see, these are taken into account if we had no enrollment decline. Just to see, how much of this is being driven by our T2 values, how much is being driven by enrollment decline. Unfortunately, it's being driven by both. And so, but these first two, we'll just take a look that if we had a 3% increase from our preliminary fiscal year 25 T2 values and no enrollment decline, you'll see with projected deficit of about $33 million. And then if you add a raise to that, what the total would be before any budget reductions. We've listed out the school retirements of about $2.5 million, and then there's additional budget reduction savings of almost $9 million. So you'll see what the projected deficit would be before any legislative help. If we use the TASBO amount that we discussed earlier, the $28.5 million, that would give us a projected deficit pretty close to where we were for fiscal year 25 of $4 million. If we were using the 5.5% property value increase, but also no enrollment decline, it would be slightly higher than that. So, when you're looking at the deficit before reductions, just keep in mind that, obviously we started with a $4.5 million deficit. If, we would lose about $5 million in enrollment, is probably a conservative estimate there. And you add on to that a significant reduction because of the T2 value. That's for fiscal year 25, but then also if you add fiscal year 26 as well. And so if we take a look at the next slide, that's going to use 3% increase to our values again, but also we're going to include a projected ADA decline of 672. And so you'll see what that will do to the projected deficit. So that's going to increase it before reductions up to about $49 million. After our savings, we're looking at about 37. And then if we receive the projected funding from the state, that puts our deficit back to about $9 million. So we're looking at a little bit less than 2% of our budget for our deficit there. If you use the 5.5%, then that's actually going to increase our property tax revenue more than it's going to decrease our state funding. So actually it's a little bit of a benefit there, but that still puts us at a net deficit of about $6 million.
So just to reiterate, the budget reductions that the board committee worked with us to identify would get us to $11.4 million worth of savings when you include the school retirements.
So next steps, we would continue to monitor the legislative session and wait to determine what comes out of that before determining what we can do regarding compensation. And then we will provide an update at each work session throughout the remainder of the spring to continue to update these forecasts. Hopefully, as I mentioned before, we'll have a better idea of fiscal year 25 because that's ultimately driving, where we think we'll be for fiscal year 26.
Ms. Lasan.
The one thing that the recommendations of the committee, most of them I have no problem with. The one that does concern me is the staffing changes to the district, the social workers and the behavior interventionists. So again, in the same, manner that increasing the number of counselors and the ratios and stuff, that was a big deal that we brought on the social workers, several years ago. And I think we have maybe 6, 8 of them, something like that.
You have 6 social workers.
Okay. So there's not very many for one thing. And I'm assuming that the same thing with the behavior interventionists, that these people wouldn't be losing their jobs. They would just be doing other work.
Yes, we would ultimately, HR would work to place them in jobs as certification allows. For if they're in a position where they don't hold a certification, then we would still place them in a job, but certification would not drive that job placement.
Okay.
But nobody would be losing a job.
And how about the behavior interventionists? How many of those are there?
We have 4 of those. 3 now. Yeah, 3. Oh, no. Okay, thank you.
Okay. So, and I know that those are special ed positions, and correct?
Those were gen ed behavior interventionists.
Gen ed.
We have a different team on the special ed side.
Okay. Okay. Well, but you have behavior interventionists for special ed, and so you have behavior interventionists
for gen
also
ed.
For gen ed.
Yes.
Okay. And you're talking about the gen ed population.
Yes.
Okay. That's a big difference there for me. So, it's still in one of the, the comment I think you made, Ms. Prosnick, about behavior in general. That is concerning to me. I guess the world according to me, if we could do it where that was the absolute last thing that we did, that's where I would put that on that list, is the very bottom, because I think the social workers are so important, as was just the whole reason why we brought them on. And so we're talking of a staff of around 10 people that are not I don't know what they make, but I don't think it's high salary people. So anyway, that's the only comment I have about that.
Anybody else? Ms. Taylor.
More of a comment. Thank you, Ms. Lasan. The committee made up of myself, Ms. Prosnick, Dr. Bonner, struggle through some of these recommendations that we bring forward. And we think about things, as the accountant, sometimes I don't think about more of the human side. They'll both tell you that I'm like, no, this needs to be cut. But we're appreciative to bring it to the full board, so we have these conversations and you share information or perspectives that we may not have thought of. So I appreciate that, especially given the presentation that we had tonight, all about social work and counselors and how important that is to educate the whole child and to meet our children where they are. I just want to point out with the deficit, because sometimes there's conversation that says, the fund balance, and I always put it in very simple terms, is the savings account. It's the money, I think Dr. Barker mentioned, that floats us along until we start to receive our property tax collections and all of that. But I also pointed out that 25% of your expenses and fund balance is not an arbitrary number that we get to decide. It is mandated by the TEA. It also drives, our bond ratings and so much more, because people tend to think, oh, you got all this money sitting in your savings account, fund balance, that you could just use against these deficits, and that's not the case. Also want to point out You don't want to have year after year after year with deficits, just like your savings account at the house. If you don't bring in revenue and we don't make widgets, so that's sort of out of the question. You have to cut expenses. If you don't and you keep generating deficits, at some point you're going to run out of money. Well, you're going to probably get below that policy-driven amount that's mandated by TA, but you're definitely going to run out of money at some point, which is why we mentioned the thought of a bankrupt district, because, again, you just take your fund balance, divide it by deficits, and come up with a number, and that's the number of years you have if everything stays the same. It also is not adjusted for inflation, so it could be much worse. So I just want to say I appreciate this board, appreciate the committee for sure, and the work that Dr. Rapp does with her staff of making sure that as we look to make cuts in expenses, that we're doing the best we can to not harm the students' experience and to harm the classroom. Our best not to have to lay off people. And I just wanted to point that out, and again to just say I appreciate the work of this board and understanding, even when we find ourselves in this type of situation, we still want to fairly and competitively compensate our staff. Thank you.
I would not have to make any of these decisions. But it was about $1 million to give some money-ish. I want to make that ish. And that seemed, for me personally, it was more palatable than raising our counselor ratio. So that this board had made a definite directive. And then I spoke about that when we also gave the directive that every kid was going to have 2 touch points. I wish that we didn't have to find $11 million, but we do. And trying our very best not to impact the classroom, I think drives our recommendations to the board.
Could we possibly get like a breakdown, because you guys have probably seen it, but a breakdown of those amounts per?
Yeah, could you provide that in board notes? I think that would be helpful to see kind of how that came to be, because one of the things we don't want to do is we certainly don't want to do a workforce reduction. We want to use attrition, and we want to use the availability of other opportunities for current employees here in the district. 85% of our budget's people. I mean, I don't know another way of putting that. 85% of our budget's people. So when we're looking at this, we are talking about people. And we're talking about how that impacts learning. I will quote Dr. Bonner, who quoted Dr. Roy, and that is that we will always have school. What it looks like, here's that. Dr. Bonner.
Yeah, I'm just thinking big picture about this. Everything has been said is correct. The environment we're in, though, with our population, student population at best, well, reflecting our overall population, declining, at best stable, but certainly declining if we're being realistic with ourselves. And then couple that with the financial environment we're in. If you're on this board, we're going to be cutting. I mean, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but this is not the first year. This is second, third, fourth year. So, and I frankly don't see significant change at the legislative level. So that's just where we are. It's the reality of the situation in my mind.
And one thing we do have ready to go, because we know that we don't want staff caught off guard, or we know they're not all watching this board meeting at this very moment tonight. So we do have a communication ready to go out to staff this evening that captures this conversation that we're having and the areas that we're looking at and what we're facing, because I definitely want to be able to be the voice of what's under consideration to all of them and capture that well. So they don't have, like I said, so they don't have to go back and watch a full board meeting as well to see it.
All right, if there are no further comments, we will move on to the technology report. Mr. Colbeck, drew this short.
Good evening. I'm inviting Chris and Michelle up here as well. I'm going to start this off with the 2017 bond technology update. And a lot of the information that's in here you've seen several times over the years. There's not a lot of new information. This is essentially how the 2017 technology projects were structured. There was just over $99 million in projects. Again, this is INS funding, and it was broken down into staff and student devices as well as network infrastructure. The last time you looked at this, we had a few projects that were still underway. As you can see, now everything is blue. Everything from the student and staff side is completed. Ultimately, I'm not going to go over each button, but I just want to hit on really what the outcome of this was. Essentially, all students ended up having a new device replaced during that 2017 cycle. All staff devices were replaced. All technology for our program-specific areas and our career and tech ed areas that need a device other than an iPad. And then also we were able to implement some things that were unfunded mandates, like online testing. That came through that cycle as well. And certainly having that 2017 bond helped with that. Moving along on the network and infrastructure side, everything there is blue from the last time that you saw this. The change essentially would be we added one project around the transportation video system. Last time we were here in October, you all approved it, but the project wasn't done yet, but that is now, it has since been installed. Again, the big outcome on this is really the 2017 bond allowed us to replace all of our network infrastructure, allowed us to have much more reliable, resilient infrastructure. We were able to greatly improve our cybersecurity posture, and I've shared this with the board before. I think it also really helped us respond to the pandemic when we had to shift everything remote, and the flexibility we needed to put some of that different equipment in, we were able to do it. So where we sit right now, the remaining balance of the 2017 technology projects is just over $5.5 million. We do have a couple things still hanging out there. If you recall, the ERP project management and consulting services, we are wrapping that up. We could still see some unencumbered funds there. In addition to that, I just want to let you know, while I say we could see some unencumbered funds there, that project is also trending quite a bit under budget. We'll be several $100,000 under budget, which is, I think, very exciting looking at the scope and size of that project. In addition, as we think forward and say, well, what are some of the needs? Ms. Prosnick, you were talking about that earlier. We do have a couple coming up. Obviously, we're going to start another big software project with our student information system upgrade, and I'm going to talk about this a little bit later, our student information project management and staffing. We could maybe shift some of the, under budgeted funds from the ERP into some of the labor there, and then ultimately I put in here future technology needs. The reality is, as far as what we're doing and providing access to infrastructure, we are very bond dependent. And kind of like the 2017 bond, we were in a situation where we needed to tap into that a little bit longer because it took a while to get to 2023. So anyway, that's essentially where we are in the balance for 2017. You should see something very similar in your monthly finance report as well. So with that, if you have any questions, I'll take a break for 2017 and then we'll move over to 2023.
Okay. The only thing I would ask is, I know that we did, and I'm going to use the wrong term because I can't remember exactly what we called it. I'm going to say a project manager consultant on that ERP.
Mm-hmm.
Looking back now, was that beneficial? Was that where we got some of those savings? Or not? I mean, I'm just...
No, I think we got some
or
of
the
the
implementation, I guess.
I think we
more
got
than
some of
anything
the
else.
savings from potentially the implementation and quite honestly, I think just the quality of our staff. I think that the quality of our staff is what got us that savings, as well as, I think Skyward doing a good job helping us with the implementation, and we just didn't burn the hours that we initially anticipated. So I think the project went, and make no doubt about it, wasn't just technology, it was all staff, every single area, every department. It took a lot of people to get that project in and be successful, but I think it came in under budget is because our staff ended up doing a lot of the implementation. All right. Moving along, we'll switch over to the 2023 bond technology and program update. Essentially, there are really two topics very similar to Mr. Fite's presentation. We're going to start off with an update on 2023, and then we'll transition into essentially what we would typically do for our INS monthly update. So for the technology 2023 bond technology update, a couple items I want to touch on. We were here last time in October, so the colors you see different. Essentially, if it was yellow, you already saw that in October. The new items since then is on the staff and student device side, we finished the large deployment for our 1 to X grades in 7 through 9 and 11 through 12, as I shared back in October, that we were front heavy on contracted services for 2024. So that was a very, very big project that has now been completed. As we look at this slide, we're transitioning into what we're calling in progress. So almost monthly, we bring projects to the board in a multi-step process. Just want to point that out and kind of memorialize that. So some of this you've seen multiple times. So with this, I'm going to kick this over to Chris and Michelle. They're going to share some updates on some of the projects in their specific areas. So go ahead, Chris.
Yeah, not to go over every project, but just to highlight a couple of them that are stuff that's in progress. The WAN fiber ring phase 2, we've been providing periodic updates through the board updates, so you've seen those. The campuses that are under construction or working on permits or completed. There is one update that we haven't put into the board updates yet because we just found out about it last week, and that's regarding the electrical work for the hub sites that needed the additional electrical to support the new equipment for the ring. There is one site that requires additional electrical work that when the plans were made, the electrical was slated to go to an electrical panel that was very close to the network closet. That panel was mislabeled as being on the generator. It turns out that it's not on the generator, so that run's going to have to go to an electrical panel that is much further away, which is going to add to the cost for that one campus. This item does not require board approval because it's within the amount that we have for the overage for that project. It will also not cause the project to go over budget in any way. We still have plenty of funds. We're under budget on that project, so this is just more of a FYI, just so you're aware. Doesn't change the project, just adds the cost a little bit on one campus. The other project I want to highlight there is just the data center fire suppression system. That project is about to be underway as installing in this building. So either by the end of this month or the end of May, we will have a new fire suppression system in this data center. So that project is nearing completion. On the safety and security side of things, the Scioto distributed antenna system, if you remember, that's the project that we're going to be doing 2 pilot campuses first. There is one change that you're going to see previewed a little later on and as we get down into the monthly preview, but there is one of the 2 pilot campuses that we chose from the time that we chose it until now. It's not going to be suitable to put the system in at this point because of some changes to the construction timeline at the campus. So we are shifting to another campus that is getting the same type of system, same type of campus, campus, and it will not increase the cost of the pilot campuses because it's actually a couple of $1,000s less than the originally slated one. So, but that will require board approval, and you will see that later on, and you'll see that as a board item. Doesn't significantly change anything, just changes the one campus, so not a huge deal.
Awesome. And for the staff and student devices, of course, our staff iPads, they've had those since 2018. We are only refreshing about 60% of the devices. We've rolled out 2,700 so far. That project we're anticipating being completed by May the 2nd. Additionally, year one program specific, we are at about 85%. We've had a really busy fall semester. We've deployed 34,000 student iPads. In addition to the staff iPads, student iPads and staff iPads. So we have been tinkering and really doing our program specific as needed, but we are very close to completing that project. Of course, our 1 to X 4th and 9th grade iPads, we'll be talking about those here in just a little bit, bringing a consent item next week at the board meeting for replacing those devices. And then just our continued residual value fleet and fleet management. It's really important for us to have iPads on hand to really manage our fleet for our students and our staff. And so I do feel like we've done a good job of making sure that we are collecting those devices and getting top dollar for Apple residual value when needed.
The enterprise applications project area, obviously I already spoke to the ERP system. It's ongoing in that we have it implemented, but we're trying to maximize, and I'm going to talk a little bit more about kind of the next area that we're going to try to bring on another module in there. So it's not necessarily completed, it's in progress. This next area is what we're calling ongoing and future. Some of these things you've seen already and have taken action on, some you have not. So we're going to kick it back around again one more time. We'll start it off with Chris.
Yeah, so one item that you've already approved the engineering and the construction delivery method for is the private LTE. We provided an update last week about a change that's needed, an amendment to the engineering for that project to bring on some additional locations as we were going through that we determined we needed to put that system in as well. Still slated to be within the budget that we have for that project. It just requires board approval for the additional engineering for those additional sites. So you'll see that later on in the presentation as well. And then the other 2 or 3 that I want to highlight are things that will hopefully be moving from ongoing and future to in progress very soon. The network file storage refresh, the cybersecurity upgrades for our firewalls, and the expansion of our exterior cameras and support network. Those are all going to be talked about later on in the presentation as well.
Again, for staff and student device access, so program specific, we really look at devices that are either outdated or have been on our campuses for 5+ years. So we will be discussing that in just a little bit, but looking at bringing that to the board for consent in May. Our bid is out there right now. Our 4th and 9th grade iPads, of course, we're really trying to get into a cycle where we are replacing 2 grade levels every single year. If you can recall from when we did the 34,000 student iPad deployments at one time, we really want to try to get a timeline where we're doing 2 grade levels a year. That way we're not pulling techs off of campuses. In addition, we're not having to use funds for third-party services to come in and help deploy. It's very manageable when you're deploying 2 grade levels every year. Device replacements for pre-K and kindergarten. So right now, those 2 grade levels, not every single campus, but some of our campuses still need to be replaced. The senior iPads that we are collecting, since those were just rolled out at the beginning of fall, we're actually going to be using those and pulling those back down into those grade levels. And then, of course, again, just the ongoing residual value, again, making sure that you'll probably see a lot of residual value consent items moving forward. We do not want to just house devices in our warehouse, so we're really trying to get that turnaround quicker, where we collect them and then we put them out to bid so we can get those funds back.
On the enterprise application side, I mentioned the ERP additional modules. One that we're looking at bringing forward is time tracking. So this will actually be something that we're going to be bringing forward as a consent item in May. essentially, this is going to be, I think, a good thing for the district. Ultimately, what we're going to do is retire 2 different technologies. You'll see in the consent item there's some upfront costs. But ultimately, what we should be able to realize is somewhere in the ballpark of $70,000 to $75,000 savings per year, and that is a big deal. We've already talked about budget, and specifically in the technology department area, we've continued to reduce our budget. We're constantly looking for ways to try to meet that target. So this is gonna help us. So you'll see a consent item coming up in May, and then also we're going to be working on a consent item for the staffing needs. We're working with procurement and contracts to do an RFP for project management and then supplemental staffing for the SIS project itself. So with that, that's essentially an update of where we are right now for 2023. Any questions for 2023 technology projects?
Dr. Barker.
Just a quick question. When you say time tracking, you mean like for grants that have to?
No, I mean like for payroll tracking time for hourly people, so
Gotcha.
clocking in. Yep.
Okay,
Yep.
thank you.
You're welcome.
Are there any other questions?
All right.
Keep driving.
We'll keep moving. So this is what you typically see monthly regarding our, basically our projects coming up that are tied to the 2023 bond. And again, this is our interest and sinking fund. Our process that we use monthly, this should look very familiar. Essentially, these are items we're sharing with the board, and then Chris and Michelle will share their topics. I'll give you an update of where we are as far as April consent and forecast May. So with that, I'm going to kick it over to Chris.
Yeah, so this is the expansion of the exterior cameras in the support network. This is a 3-step project. You've already approved the engineering services in October and then the construction delivery method in November. We've since quoted that out, and we are ready to, or worked with procurement to do that. We're ready to bring that forward in final project approval. You'll see that as an April consent item next week.
And then the program-specific technology device replacement. So we talked about that a little bit earlier. Ultimately, we really try to replace those devices within 5 years. We do keep them in longer if they're still supported and they don't no longer receive security updates. But ultimately, these are curricular department programs that an iPad can't be used. So my team has been working with a lot of programs and departments, evaluating what is needed. The big thing, Windows 10 is sunsetting October of 2025. So any of our devices that run Windows 10, we are having to refresh with Windows 11. We've been communicating that with our campuses. A lot of these refreshes that are CTE, either the career centers or CTE classes that are high school, and just a couple are engineering, audiovisual production, broadcast, ag mechanics, forensics. So we've really been working with our administrators and our program directors to see numbers that are needed, specs that are needed. So again, that bid is out right now. In addition to just other areas and departments, we have departments within LISDAC that they rely on a PC and not a MacBook. So we are looking at including those in the program-specific device replacements. The next one is
I want to interrupt here for a second, Michelle. One other thing, too, I want to point out is we're trying to reuse everything that we can. So essentially, we also have our retirement campuses. So if we have tech that is not at that 5-year mark, can we shift it, move it, reuse it? Trust me, Michelle and her team are trying to do that to maximize whatever tech we have out there that we can reuse.
So the 4th and 9th grade student iPads, will be bringing a recommendation to the board next Monday on replacing 4th and 9th grade iPads with the Apple's newly released 11-inch iPad. These will be issued to 4th graders, and they'll keep them for 5 years until they are a 9th grader, and then we'll refresh with whatever is identified at that time. 9th graders would be issued and used until graduation. Then, of course, when they graduate, we bring those devices back in to manage our fleet for repairs. We're really, again, trying to get away from huge, massive deployments moving forward. So we are looking at just refreshing devices in those 2 grade levels. With residual value and repurpose, like I said, right now, the devices that we are collecting, we will be using those to manage the fleet of current and future 10th gen devices. So Apple likes to throw us a curveball, right? We typically do Gen. This new iPad is 11-inch. It's not an 11th Gen. But you will use those devices that we're collecting right now to manage PK3, 5th, 8th, 10th, and 12th grade next year. Our 6th, 7th, and 11th graders still have a 9th grade Gen iPad. It's still supported, still good, still working well. One of the, I think, great things is the new iPads use the same case and keyboard as our 10th Gen. So we will be able to use those cases and keyboards on multiple iPads. And then, of course, some of the devices that we collect, we're not just going to have iPads stored in the warehouse. Any that we don't feel we need to have for students or managing our fleet for repairs or whatever, we will put those out for an Apple residual value bid.
Yeah, and I just want to touch on this. We're really trying to use this opportunity to kind of equalize what we've been doing over the years. We've had these huge years, and that's it's expensive because it costs you more to bring in third-party services. It's disruptive, as you can imagine, and your fleet ages almost at the same time and peaks. In addition to that, when you're talking about the numbers that Michelle was referencing, that is really difficult on your staff. So if you look at like what the fall semester was, it can really burn people out. So the idea of trying to equalize this, you're going to be able to equalize the work, equalize the spend, make it more predictable, and kind of load balance the age of your technology a little bit better. So there's a lot of benefits to do that, but we're going to have to go through the cycle each year to get us into this cycle of doing basically 2 grades a year. So next steps for April consent, as Chris said, we're going to be bringing the expansion of the exterior cameras and support network. We're going to be doing the 4th and 9th grade student iPads. Some of this, too, by the way, is time sensitive. We heard a little bit about tariffs, and obviously we're expecting significant changes in pricing for technology, so we're trying to get some of this stuff moving fairly quickly in that regard. Also, as Chris mentioned, the first sale amendment for engineering for the private LTE to pick up those other locations, that will be a consent item next week. Forecasting in May, as I said, Procurement and Contracts is working on the RFP for SIS staffing, so that in that there'll be kind of tiers. There's tiers for project management as well as additional supplemental staff. We are going to look at that too and look at what does it look like if we outsource that versus hire some people inward and compare the price and cost. Also forecasting May consent, we'll be bringing forward the network file storage project, the cybersecurity updates, the program-specific technology that Michelle referenced, the amendment for the cellular DAS. Again, that location is going to change, as Chris mentioned, and then it's not on here, but as I said before, the time tracking piece, we'll be bringing a consent item. Procurement and Contracts is ready to bring that forward in May as well. So with that, that's our 2023 technology bond update, and if you have any questions, we'll do our best to answer them.
Are there any questions? Mine only is for the expanding of our exterior cameras. If the board approves, when do we expect those to all be installed?
That's a great question. Our goal would be to get as much work done as we can before school starts in the fall, but this is a difficult project because some of these cameras are going to require boring of parking lots. You're going to have to go either through or under parking lots to be able to make that work to get to light poles. In some locations, we have to stand up new poles, new 15-foot poles. And so the timeline there, it's kind of difficult to nail down because that work is difficult to forecast. So the goal would be to get as much done as we can. All the cameras that are on the outsides of the buildings, those will all be up before school starts. And the ones that are easy to get to, those will all be up before school starts. We're not going to go site by site. It's going to be done across the campuses. But at this point, we don't have an exact timeline because it's kind of based on when we can get the PO to the contractor and when they can get their crews in. But yeah, we will endeavor to get as much done as we can before school starts in the fall because of the nature of the work.
Thank you so much. All right, moving on to the Board of Trustees reports. I'd like to remind everyone, we've already heard from Dr. Bonner from the Policy Committee. We've heard from Ms. Taylor, myself, and Dr. Bonner on the project and budget review. And now it is time to hear from the Audit Committee Chair, that would be Ms. Sells, on the 2025-26 audit recommendations.
Address this first, RFP. Okay.
What's in, yes.
That's what I
That's
want.
why you're first.
Yes, that's what I thought. Yes, the committee has met several times, and each time, and including today, to verify the committee's desire. We, because of the budget constraints, and also because the RFP did expire in January of this year, we are recommending that we do not do another audit this next year. It is, along with Mr. Martin's recommendations, that we go out next fall, early spring, and for another RFP, and in anticipation of hopefully being able to go out for another audit in 26, 27. The committee has discussed what that audit would be, but I think that it would be premature to make any suggestions or recommendations at this time because, of course, we would want to hear from the board as far as what that would be. But in light of what we've heard tonight, I don't think the committee itself is in any wants to proceed with a audit. So that's our recommendation on that. So I don't know if you want a head nod or whatever from others.
Ms. Taylor?
I just had a question for clarification. These are internal departmental audits or the financial
yes,
audits?
These are internal department audits.
Okay.
No, ma'am, they're external.
I mean, yes.
I'm sorry.
But
external audits of internal.
Right. I got what she was saying.
And not the financial
these are our
audit.
departments that we are auditing, but it is an internal audit that we do as a board, but we go out for RFP for audit companies, services that will do the audit.
Okay, I'm just trying to confirm this is not the financial audit. Okay.
Absolutely. No, ma'am. This is from the risk assessment that the board did back in 2019, where they identified areas for the board to have external auditors come in and make recommendations.
Okay.
Which is what you heard earlier tonight from Dr. Miller when she was talking about going through that. My only thing that I would say is that I hope this is what I would like to see from the audit committee, since we're not going to be doing an audit, and that is that I'd like a plan for our governance items that are still lying out there.
And we do have some of those, and we have worked on a couple of those, and we are continuing to work. If you look at, there are some that are in progress, and so we continue to address those and get answers and make sure. On the Governance 1 audit, the audit issue, if you'll look that first line, there was a question that went out with the parent survey this spring. The question was, how satisfied are you with the performance of the LISD school board? Those returns are being calculated by Dr. Fitzhugh. We will be getting those, but the committee would like to request, and I believe it is on the list, that the board discuss that at the board retreat and maybe even address how in the future they would like to specifically ask a question, or is there something else the board would like to know that our parents and our staff believe of us. So that one has been addressed, and so we look forward to seeing the findings. The other one that has been addressed, but in light of information I got today, I would like to take it back to the committee again to discuss, is on the recommendations. It's governance 16. It's our 16th recommendation, and that was really determining the district general counsel and the board's counsel's duties. And so there are a couple of ways. We've been back and forth with TASB, and please correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Bay, but we have a couple of options. One, there is a small service fee, so I want to take this back to the committee and ask them how they would like to proceed. The other one that doesn't include a fee actually would have to be regulation, and so we need to determine how that would play out. And so we will be hopefully coming back to you with a recommendation.
So at the May or June meeting?
I would prefer May meeting.
Very good.
And so those are the ones that we have identified that we really wanted to hit hard this year. So
I appreciate the work. Will you say who's on your committee?
Oh, yes. I love them. It's Miss Lasan and Miss Alkatib. Yes, and they have been so helpful, and so was TASB. And I had thought about this afternoon. TASB's been helpful, Ms. Bay's been helpful, Dr. Rapp has been helpful, Mr. Martin, Shauna Miller. There have been so many hands in just getting these two really solidified and actually moving in progress to completion. Thank you.
All right. Are there other committee reports? Ms. Lasan, do you have anything to report?
I've just been working away on my committee, which is the superintendent of the year, because it's due pretty soon. And so we've been just putting the pieces together. And so the text messages have been flying between me and you. It's going to be good. That's about all I got.
It's my favorite committee because it's the most positive committee I'm on.
It's fun.
It is. It's a lot more fun than program and budget review. I will say that 1,000 times fast. Ms. Taylor, do you have any updates? Ms. Alkateb, do you have an update?
I do, from the Advocacy Committee, which consists of myself, Ms. Sells, and Ms. Prosnick. We have met multiple times, and the latest that we've been meeting multiple times is regarding the legislative bills that are catching some traction right now. And as you all know, that we did create a resolution where Lewisville ISD will continue advocating for our one priority, which is our one action, our one ask, and that is to increase the basic allotment, because we know that so much goes into that. But as we have heard from multiple legislators, as we're continuing to advocate for LASD in public education, there are a lot of bills out there. And there are a lot of bills that keep coming across their desk, and they don't know how to navigate some of them. And so they've asked us, what is important to you? What do they look like? And so what we did is we put together, and it's in your folder, there is a draft list of bills that we as a committee feel are important, that could impact us here in Lewisville ISD, and that we would like to continue following. And you will see that the committee has also put whether we are against or for, and you will see that there are multiple bills that we are for and that we would like to support and working with our legislators on. So the committee is asking for each of the board members to please take a look at this draft list and get back to us. Pretty quick turnaround, probably the next 24 to 48 hours, so that we can decide how we want to move forward with that. But I do want to make it very, very clear that as we continue to advocate for Lewisville ISD in public education, that we are still asking for our one action, one ask. And as a reminder, we are asking legislators to increase the basic allotments. And if nothing else, just look at it from the inflation standpoint, which needs to be $1,386. As a district, we've talked about it tonight, we have a declining enrollment, and a little help from them needs to be proposed at this time. We're just seeing a little smidge. We need a lot more, as you've heard multiple times tonight. Our ask is simple. We have one ask, one action, and that is to increase our basic allotment. So please take a look at these bills that we've put as a list for you guys to kind of see if there's some that you have recommendations on or what your input is, so that we can move forward in working alongside our legislators so that they can work alongside us and help us fund our public schools. you have anything to add, Catherine or Jenny?
No, I would like to say that this is what you said. Sometimes we're up here and we just feel like that we're beating Austin over the head, and that's not the case. We all three spent time in going through these and then having multiple discussions about this. And so there is quite a few bills that we would support. And so we hope that you, our fellow board members, would look at these and whatever is decided.
I would say this is not an exhaustive list. I want to make that very clear. This is not an exhaustive list of bills that we either are support or have some issues with or we don't feel would be beneficial to LISD. This is a small one-pager list. It was born out of a conversation I had with the staffer of one of our legislators. I was talking about one of the bills that's on there, and they're like, well, we haven't heard from you. And it's because we've been focused so much on our ask for an increase in the basic allotment. And so I'm grateful to Ms. Alcatab that she was willing to pull the committee together so that we could look at some of the bills. I want to give Ms. Bay's interns a shout out, if you will, over the internet because they did a great job in researching bills in different departments and how they would affect the district. And so thank you to you for sharing your interns with us for this project. I am going to ask, as board president, if you want this as a resolution that would need to be put on April's agenda, or if you feel a letter signed by all of us to our legislators that includes this list would be more beneficial. So I'm just looking for just some input from the board and how you want to proceed with this.
I'll jump in. I would prefer a letter. I think it's more personal. I think that it opens up a dialogue for discussion where a resolution kind of just ends the discussion. And so I would prefer a letter.
Ditto.
I would also prefer a letter. I think that the more that we can show our fellow elected officials that we are partners, the better. And I feel like perhaps resolutions send a different message. And to be quite honest, we've been the recipients of that message on occasion. And I don't want to, as Ms. Sells mentioned, close a door to communication.
All right, well, I will await your feedback this week and get a letter drafted so that we can all sign it at Monday's board meeting. So don't run out of the building too quickly. All right, if there is no further business, Florida 1, this meeting is adjourned and the time is 10:34 p.m.